And we are live. Hi everybody, welcome. So, on today's docket, I've got something really exciting that I've been wanting to play for a long time now, and it's finally out. I've mentioned it a number of times on stream before, but it's a game that I featured on a demo day stream over a year ago, close to 2 years I want to say, and it left a really strong impression on me, because as somebody that has started to like CRPGs like Disco Elysium and Baldur's Gate, games that kind of go into that thread line of development have been on my radar a lot. And a lot of games have come up that try to, do what they did. And right now, I'm going to be playing one that has got me really excited to see how they interpret it in a setting that is fairly familiar to a lot of us. What I'm referring to is... Let me get the things up real quick. We're playing Esoteric Ebb, is what I'm trying to say. Let me get the thing up. And y'all should be able to hear the... There we go. So yeah, we'll be building the character today and probably going through some segments of it because I've been wanting to get my hands on this for a while now, and I'm really excited to just get to play it. It's here. And what's cool about it is this. I didn't know that this game was solo devved, and I also didn't realize that apparently this struck such a chord with people, so I'm glad to see that this game's doing well, and I'm glad to see that a solo dev project like this was able to gain a lot of attention and positive reviews and light. So, yeah. I'm excited to get to play this. But yeah, I hope you're all doing okay. I've been okay myself. I just had a bit of a day out of, did a little thrift shopping, found a new jacket, well, new in quotes, found a jacket that I really liked, a shirt I really liked, got rid of some stuff I didn't really need, I donated them over, and tried a Mediterranean place that I had a coupon for, and that worked out pretty well. Saw my mom, and then got myself a coffee from a place I've never really had from before, which wasn't a bad spot at all, just really busy. But yeah, aside from that, I've just been anticipating getting to play this, so without further ado, Esoteric Ebb. So let's take a look at our options. Because I remember I was really impressed with some of the options that you got here. Like the UI size that you'd want, if you want something a lot larger or smaller. I'm going to go with normal. I do find it cool that there's color blindness mode. I imagine that'd be huge for a lot of people because I learned that apparently, I learned about how bad color blindness can be when it comes to certain games. So having that kind of accessibility option is wonderful. Everything's good on this front. You can change the font to something that you'd prefer more. So what I think is this one. Oh, you can cycle through them in-game at your discretion. That's actually really cool. I like that. Honestly, Averina Seraph is probably what I'll go with since it's recommended and it seems to be... I like the look of that one a bit more than some of the others here. But other than that, everything has been... default settings actually look great, so I have no complaints on this front. So, yeah, with that said, let's just go ahead and get started. So I don't entirely remember all the details of my time during the demo. Some things must have changed, and some things are obviously going to be different and improved upon, because I think the demo version I played was an earlier build of the game. So I'm going to go with a custom character. I'm not going to go with a pre-built. so to get some maximum enjoyment out of this. So we'll see how this goes. So we've got the regular stats that we tend to see for most fantasy settings, especially if you're familiar with Dungeons and Dragons: strength, dex, con, and wisdom and charisma. And difference is actually I'm gonna go turn down the music. It's a tad. It's good music, but I can't hear myself very well. There we are. All right, now we're good. So, we're going to go read through these and see what all I would want for my stats. So, we have Lore of Strength. Every shepherd knows the song. It bellows up the river. Earth lives in that sliver of land. Torna's lament, folk prayer. Strength measures your natural bodily prowess alongside a testosterone-fueled mindset. As a man, it is only proper for you to hone your figure and its capabilities. But why? The search for meaning is as vital as the struggle towards competency. Luckily, you already know your cause. To protect the innocent, to lead the weak, to sacrifice until nothing but your bones hit the pavement, to literally die. Become a zealot, regain your honor, set out on your divine mission. Uses, so you get higher item capacity, more violent and useful in encounters. And each of the stats has their own political alignment, because that's about as accurate to disco as you could also get with having politics at the center of a lot of the aspects of the game's conversations. And so you are a nationalist if you are a strength build. And increased manhood, which I think is hilarious. And then the role. Higher strength clerics, votes for the party of Norvik, prays to his dead god, uses brute force on puzzles, punches big bad evil guys in the face, wants to become a real human hero, loves quests, and simple as. I don't know if that's supposed to continue. Low strength clerics, is a weak sniveling rat, bows down to anyone stronger, can't handle the banter, gives up when the going gets tough, is afraid of women, doesn't care about quests. So, yeah, you could probably go for more of a typical type of build for a cleric. So the usual build that you'd go for a cleric is strength and wisdom as your highest, because clerics, I think, are wisdom-based spellcasters in any kind of Pathfinder or D&D setting that you are a part of. I'm not gonna go strength. I'm gonna go something different. I will have wisdom as my higher stat though, because that is the spellcasting modifier. But yeah, I'm not gonna go strength build, because I'm normally not a strength build person at all in my own playing of tabletop RPGs. Exception being my most recent character in Pathfinder, but that's because I wanted to try something different. Normally in any game, I'm more dex guy. So yeah, next is dexterity. It is imperative to simply explain to these people that they have the right to choose. Belief in oneself is just. Wealth is built from within. Meriadoc Moonwatch, sights beyond reeds. Dexterity measures natural reactivity, balance, and poise. The haste with which you express a witty remark, or notice a nefarious glance, and of course your ability to gracefully avoid the consequences of your actions. It's all about risk versus reward. It is that feeling of self-preservation when everything falls apart around you, to grab as much as you can while the grabbing's good, to progress towards a new future full of freedom, so those who look out for themselves can prosper and survive. I promise you, no one else will. So dexterity is like you are numero uno and every person for themselves. And with enough dexterity, you can steal anything, pick locks and sneak and dodge traps and roll initiative and react quickly, which, typical, because your initiative is tied to your dex, and so is your AC, I think, in most circumstances. Become a rich Republican revolutionary. So yes, this is the free market, exploit literally everything to become the top dog kind of situation. Just run away, dummy. Like, self-preserve and only think of yourself situation. High Dexterity Clerics. Vote for the Revolutionary Free Striders. Collects piles of shiny coins. Act first in every encounter. Avoid trouble before it brews. Always has a witty reply. Looks out for himself. Takes big risks and wins every time. Low Dexterity Clerics. Takes big risks and fails every time. Doesn't notice anything in time. Stumbles over his own feet. Drops the ball, figuratively and literally. Is slow, mentally and physically. Is dirt poor. Very embarrassing. So, I'm kind of thinking a bit, like, not high dex, but definitely more dex than strength. If I were to pick a stat to go over. Because, like, strength will be dex will be higher than strength, but dexterity is not going to be my highest, is the way I'm putting it. All right, now Constitution. Always listen to your hungry stomach. The Hedonists, a blind manifesto. Constitution measures your natural stamina, both mental and physical. It's how much you can take before going down. The world is harsh and unforgiving. It will beat you to a pulp with words and sticks. So listen to your gut, the instinct that kicks in when you're standing at the pit. It is the voice that speaks nothing but bodily truth. Every choice you make, every emotion you accumulate, can be traced back to the lower half of that stomach of yours. Follow it. Retain the mortality of fleshy logic. Simple, easy, truthful. So, yeah, it's Constitution's your gut feelings. Uses. Needed for hit points. Control your body and its esoteric connection. Your political party pulled a 2% last week, and you don't care. And pain is good for you. Let's see. High Constitution Cleric keeps forgetting there's an election. Oh no. Focuses on the good things in life. Is tougher than entropy. Keeps his neuroticism in check. Talks with the spirits in the walls. Listens to his gut. Is already dead. So, yeah. Apolitical is the Constitution stat. Low Constitution Clerics will die, panics over everything, listens to his gut and is wrong, has no control over his bodily functions, can't handle the pain, has no special connection with the walls. So as you can tell, this writing's already fucking top-notch. I love how funny this is. Like, this, as you can see here, it's just clearly lovingly crafted. Alright, Intelligence. A glorious design. Let those who learn lead. Those merit of ability, or through merit of ability and nothing else. Lord Phileas Prax, Autobiography Prax. Intelligence measures your ability to recall, store, and process information. It is your logical receptacle and calculator. It is only proper for you to hone this pulsating mass within your skull. But why? Simple. Pure, unadulterated ego. Knowledge rules the world. So too shall you one day lead the weak. Bring your genius to the masses. If they do not bow, they do not deserve you. You know everything about the past. Therefore, it is only rational you will truly know the future as well. Enlighten the ignorant masses. So yeah, intelligence is very up its own ass. And uses. Higher intelligence to prepare more spells, which would be handy for a cleric, because clerics typically have a spell pool of only a certain amount they can use per day. Although I think... And having more spells means you have more utility. Think, plan, and execute an actual plan. Complete the Magocratic Retvern? Yeah. The Magocratic Retvern. Vote for yourself. Be a genius without peers. So, very much like I'm smarter than everybody else in the room type of attitude. High Intelligence Cleric. Votes for the best wizard, you. Despises and envies the gods. Solves every mystery with ease. Masters arcane magic. Sprouts historical facts for hours. Is dismissive towards those lesser. Knows everything. And then a low intelligence cleric knows nothing. Is both ignorant and confident. Oh no. Makes up tidbits to seem smart. Is barely sentient. Cannot intentionally solve mysteries. Is an idiot. Duh. Oh, this game's gonna be a fucking delight. I can already tell. This game's gonna be so funny. This game also, as far as I remember, doesn't have voice acting, so it's gonna be a lot of reading on this one too. Just a heads up. Alright, to wisdom. The large crumble upon their heavy forms. The mystical falter at the crucial point. The small rise to the occasion. Halfwheat's poem. Wisdom measures your awareness, intuition, and ability to understand the world around you. To feel it, you may not know why, but meeting the gaze of another grants you an empathetic bond with her wants and fears, her dreams and hopes. You can read people, for good or bad, and pick up details others would pass by. It is your belief in the heart of all folk to give and share what you have and be completely and utterly selfless. It is the only true road to redemption. Gods only know how hard you try. In uses, higher wisdom lets you empower your spells. So your spells are stronger. So like, clerics being wisdom-based spellcasters mean DCs for spells are higher if you have a higher wisdom. So if you cast Hold Person on somebody, for instance, a higher wisdom means that the enemy has to roll higher in order to not be subjected to that Hold Person spell. So that's what that means by empowering. Be kind and see the good in all folk. Egalitarian hope of the Asgalian working class. So, communism. There are no big, bad, evil guys. I love this little face. This little face is funny. And the role. High Wisdom Cleric votes for the Asgalian Workers' Party. Hates nothing except hierarchies. Embraces his feminine side. Follows his bleeding heart. Masters primal magic. Reads body language like a champ. Notices all details. Low Wisdom Cleric is an obvious fool, misreads cues all the time, does not think about the lower class, does not get people, fails at spotting traps, is not aware of where he is, like, what's going on here? I'm confused. And there's a cutoff here. I can't read the rest of that. I think that might need to get fixed. So yeah, I'm gonna go Wisdom as my primary for certain because having stronger spells is pretty valuable. And then Charisma. Those who believe in democracy have a wonderful view of folk. To think them capable of making rational and informed decisions devoid of personal bias and emotional conduct, it is frankly inspiring. Nicholas Darrow, Memoirs of a Statesman. Charisma measures your eloquence, confidence, and ability to navigate social situations of any kind. In short, it is the force of your unkempt personality. But they don't need to know that. Smooth talk your way into any position of your liking. You can be affiliated with any known faction or thought. Reality is molded around your will. Like a chameleon, become a social operator. Become anything you need to make everyone finally love you. And the uses, with high charisma, you get an automatic discount in select stores near you. I don't know how much gold we end up getting in this game, but that's pretty nice. Win every conversation, say the right thing. Say whatever gets people to like you and become a apolitical force of nature. Be arguably sociopathic. Oh, this game's gonna be great, I can tell. High charisma clerics vote for whatever makes him popular. Was socialized as a child. Knows what to say to win favors. Can actually flirt with some baddies. Loves to mind control people. Sees truth as a suggestion. Has no soul. Low charisma clerics isn't very likable. Doesn't know how to act with people. Fumbles the baddies. Fears conversations. Is like the opposite of a skilled orator, not operator. Has no style. Has no drip. Absolutely rizless. Okay. We have read through everything here. I'd like to take my proficiencies back. So, with all that in mind, I said I wanted to go high wisdom. So we're going to go, and we've got a point buy system up here. Okay, so we can go up to 15 for a +2. which, you know what? +2 for stuff is good. I want to have a high con so that we make sure that we're not dying easily. So I think a 12 will be good. Dex, we're going to go 11. Strength, let's go 12, so 15, 12, 10. I don't want to be really stupid, so distribute to that. We're going to go wisdom proficient and con proficient. I think that'll be this will be an interesting character to have no Riz. Actually, if I'm proficient in that, there we go, because I don't want to have like a negative on the intelligence on that. So I think low charisma, but we don't really need charisma as a cleric. So I think this is about as good as we're gonna get on this. Yeah. I think this will work. So let's do this. 5 days until the first ever election. Oh, forgot to give a synopsis. An explosion erupts at the heart of the city. No one wants to deal with it, so they send you. Not a very charming pick, exactly. One with incredibly deep esoteric insight. Complete your quest in any order. Don't be afraid to make interesting choices, and remember to love everyone, no matter what. The campaign will take you from level 1 to 6. We'll play for about 5 to 8 sessions. It's been a journey to put this together. I hope you have a good time, Chris. Oh, and always trust charisma. That'll end well. Thank you, Chris. All right. So, to give a brief synopsis before we click to continue. You play as the cleric in a city that is going under its first election, the city of Norvik. And this is a significant deal because with its first election, that means a really old form of rule is going to get overturned. And there are a lot of parties that are interested in the potential for rule. And you're investigating a explosion at a tea shop that you were going to warn, and you wake up having just been revived with a revivify spell. So, yeah. That's the premise here. Polk. In truth and nothing else, a voice declares. What is your name? Ragn. Your name is Ragn. Ragn? That doesn't sound right. No one calls you by your name. What? You are often referred to as cleric, so my name is... Yes, speak it. Well, we first off can actually remember our name. We're referred to as the cleric, but we're going to go Ragn. Correct. You answer. Another question from the darkness. What is your occupation? As if it matters. You are dead. Dead? How can you be dead? You're thinking, aren't you? You're thinking, aren't you? Dead does not mean gone. What are you, a fucking poet? Look around. Your senses reach out into the void. A glimmer, dangling far, far away. What's an occupation in this context? Work. Getting paid for labor. This is for sure about your job. You know, the job. Your class. Tell the voice about your class. Class? What am I? Lower class. You are a city cleric, nothing more. You're a high-class scoundrel, the best of the best. I'm definitely a cleric. Also, ad break starting in 5 minutes. Your true calling. Class what the fuck was that? It takes a while before the next question is posed. What is your current goal? We need to find out who blew up the tea shop. And most importantly, for what nefarious purpose. The Goblin Chieftain. She needs you. A tea shop exploded? Unfortunately, yes. That's not good. I like tea shops. Great, I hate tea shops. They should be banned. I don't have any strong opinions on tea shops. In fact, I never think of them at all. I'm not usually a tea guy, but chai is in particular like, oh. They are lovely, yes. You may ruminate further on tea shops at a later date. There is a question to be answered. Your goal is... Why all these questions? No clue, but you should keep him talking. It's been silent here for far too long. To find the Goblin Chieftain, is that right? You know it to be true. No reply. No feedback. Then the voice asks, What is your political affiliation? The question strikes your entire consciousness, sending it spinning. If you care for your fellow, vote for the Asgalists. We've moved beyond the bounds of dictators. We are free to make our own choices, thanks to the revolutionary freestriders. Elections are exhausting. It hides in the back of your skull, a fact that you are bound to be a nationalist, and it frightens you. The pressure. I'm going Asgalists, because freestriders are all about using everybody else's stepping stones, so fuck that shit. And fuck nationalism. Asgalists. Life is a struggle to alleviate oppression. The exiles know this well. You have supported them in the past. Time to do so again. The voice is fading. This is the end. The final question. How did you die? Drowning in the river. Same way you lived, unable to step out of the uniform. Not for a second. Now's your chance. Break free. I fell into divinity. She took me whole. I died when he died. Stay silent until the darkness ends. I am not dead. I died when he died. Christopher Boldegard. Fucking already great start. And published by Raw Fury. I love Raw Fury. They're great. They've published a lot of really good games. So yeah, like a large majority of this game was made by Christopher Boldegard. With, you know, help, because games are hard to make. Ooh, this music. Ooh. Love that opening sequence. Ugh, giant centipede. A fresh start. Your heartbeat is loud, screaming. Your body aches. It's stiff, as if you slept for days. Alright, well, ad break's about to start, so we're going to go into 3 minutes of ads with an hour of no pre-rolls, so get yourself hydrated, stretch, do whatever you need to do, and we'll be right back. And we're back. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Alright, so... Don't sleep in the armor, dumbass. Ready for your glorious quest to continue? Quest, a task performed by a heroic individual and or professional adventurer. Also, that's really cool that you get to click to choose to actively do roles for certain dialogue options. I like that. And we've got 3 spells to use. 3 first level spells at that. All right. Look around you. A circular stone chamber, a storage for apples and corpses. Those piles of apples. Is this Tolstad? Not Norvik, Tolstad. Tolstad, a sprawling island fortress and one of 5 districts in the city. It sits in the middle of River Torna. Yeah, River Torna, home of Jor's Pillar, a sprawling tunnel network, and a water lane, the greatest trade hub in Ascani. Yeah, Ascani. You're on Tolstad right now. River Tolna, the second longest documented river across the coast, splitting the band of Ascani in half. The coast, known as Jor's Realm, it is a strip of land divided into 8 bands. The further inland you go, the closer you get to the infinite wastes. It is theorized to be a ring or a half-sphere due to the bend in the horizon, or the bend of the horizon. Bands. Band. An esoteric divide splits the circular coast of Jor into 8 geographic areas, commonly known as bands. Each band has unique esoteric and natural traits, and stretches from the coast to the infinite wastes. Esoteric. Esoteric, the magic of Jor and his strings. The coast is infused with it. And Jor, the name of our realm. Also the name of the legendary wizard who created it. He died during the closing, at the end of the Gate era. Wizard, a book-learned arcane spellcaster, typically plays Jor's strings by memorizing and executing esoteric rituals and chants. Arcane, one of the 3 pillars of magic. It is represented by the forces that make up all esoteric events. Those who play Jor's strings tap into the powers, programming the laws of the existence around their whims. Jor's strings, the ley line of esoteric power that holds the realm together. Check your stuff. What stuff? Your hands dart around your pouch and uniform. Panic. Sweat. Your legs shake. Tears begin to form. Deep breaths. Your belongings are surely here somewhere. Wait, what's this quest about? Oh yes, a quest. You're on a quest to save the city. Earth be blessed. Earth, your god. Do I remember everything? Yes, everything is off, but your memory is intact. Your quest was given yesterday, remember? The tea shop. The tea shop? Yep, the tea shop that blew up. Easy job. You'll be done in a day or 2. A job? So I've done this before. A quest? I like those. Wait, how much time do I have? So to be clear, I need to figure out who blew up some random tea shop. How much time do I have? Until the election. Duh. Which is in 5 days. The Patriarch was very clear. Handle the tea shop before the election day. Patriarch, a top clerical rank in Norvik. Okay, so no, we are in Norvik. Oh, wait, no, Tolstad. I guess Norvik's just like the larger area we're in. A top clerical rank in Norvik, different from Lord Patriarch, which is the traditional administrative leader of the city. Only about a dozen men currently hold the rank. They manage a section of the clerics each at the towers. Oh wait, no, I wanted to learn that. Cleric, a servant of God, deeply devoted and spiritually connected, typically a divine spellcaster given the power through their deity, and strength says you must honor this request and complete this quest. Divine, one of the 3 pillars of magic. It is represented by the sacred, the faithful of all folk in their souls, and is granted by gods who once walked among us. Time only advances when you make new choices and dialogues. Oh, that's actually handy to know. So I've done this before. Well, maybe not this particular type of job. Your previous experience lies more in some basic Earthguard militia service, as well as a few years at the towers. Earthguard. Earthguard. The heroes of Norvik. Keepers of city law. Defenders of humanity. Your brothers. Okay, so cops, basically. Norvik, your home city. Founded by your god towards the end of the Coast War. It is built upon several layers of ancient ruins. Coast War. Coast War. The Great War. A conflict between the anarchists of Reeds, as well as every other nation connected with them across the coast. A horrible waste of human lives, which claimed millions of lives. There was no honor in this fight, that you know. Reeds. Reeds, one of the 8 bands along the coast. It is a temperate land of lowland and many lakes, commonly seen as the homeland of humans. Large portions are still cursed, holding their entire undead cities, eternally burning valleys and floating mountains. Rogue sorcery was not your main subject, but yes, you've read a lot about these types of fiery events. They are not too common these days, however. However, this incident does not appear overly complex. A quest? I like those. Good attitude. There's always more around the corner, so look out. Don't want to miss any. So to be clear, I need to figure out who blew up some random tea shop. More or less. But you've got like 5 days to do it, so no stress. There's that feeling again. The feeling you're about to enter a path from which there is no way back. No way back? That doesn't sound good. Good or bad? You won't know until you've reached the end. That's very ominous. You feel dizzy. The weight of the Earthguard uniform. A dull pain takes hold. Your body aches. Its contents rotting. You must consume an apple. Now. If your stats are high or low enough, chimes will appear in your mind. They will suggest, inform, and offer unique paths. Trust them at your own risk. I'm so very confused. One step at a time. Get going. So said consume apple. UI's really clean. Consume. Let me see what my spells are. Can I see my spells? Clericals, trinkets, helmets. Helmets? Okay, so we can change out helmets. No, I will not. Interesting. Behold. This isn't yours, is it? Tattered cloak, dexterity and charisma. The cloak is sprawled upon the iron slab. As you grab it, you immediately feel the dampness spreading into your gloves. Oh! It is light blue and tattered, and was once yours. An Earthguard cloak add-on. It has been ripped to shreds at the base, but you could still use it. Please don't. This thing is disgusting. Weigh it in your hands. It is heavy. Bring out the water. The filthy liquid falls to the floor of the stony chamber. It smells of salt water. It is still quite wet. Should I wear this? No? Of course you should wear it. A hood is the perfect tool for any decent rogue and or ne'er-do-well. So what if it's a little damp? You have to wear it. But I'm not a rogue. Sorry, the word I'm not a rogue is not in your vocabulary, actually. Please rephrase. That's not one word, though. Okay. Oh, well, I guess I'm a rogue. Don't tell me what to do. That's not one word, though. So pedantic. So unrefined. Shut up. You reach for your fancy red pouch of holding. The cloak easily slips inside into the extra-dimensional space with a satisfying slurp. I really love my pouch of holding. Yes, you are very lucky. This kind of magic item can go upwards of 10,000 crowns. Crowns, the Norvikian crown, the main coinage of Norvik. Norvik crown, the official currency of Norvik, suffered heavy inflation during the years after Earth's passing. A meal is somewhere between 5 to 20 crowns. A cheap meal month's rent is 100 crowns, or a cheap month's rent is 100 crowns. A spell book is 50 crowns. An average salary outside the city is up to 300. Average salary inside the city is up to 500. Earth's passing. The day your god died. Norvik used to celebrate this with fervor when you were little, as many fanatics believe he would return if they hosted a truly legendary feast. Of course, you don't truly own this pouch of holding. It is property of the state. Treat it as such. Shut up, it's yours. You can do whatever you want with it. Now go put on your cloak and rob some people. Relocate some resources. I love that it's crossed out. Equipment items temporarily alters your ability score. Okay. Inventory. Where do I just... Questing tree. Ooh. God, I love this UI. It's so good. The tea shop that blew up. Class conflict. You've declared yourself the cleric of Norvik one single time. It's a grand title, suitable for a true human cleric like yourself. So yeah, we are human. Election week. The first ever election in Norvikian history will take place in just a few days. What will you vote for? You've talked about the positive opinions on Asgalism about one single time ever since waking up in the Lich House. Really brings you back. All right, and the journal. So this is where we can... Oh, it's like a nice little compendium of stuff that we learned. Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, I like that, because this also can help us catch up on things. Or if we didn't click on a thing that we missed in conversation, we can get back to it. I love that. All right, and so far we just have Cure Wounds. So, one bonus action. Yeah, creature 1d8 plus wisdom ability. And because our wisdom is so high, we could roll piss poor and still get at least 4 points back. Which... First 3 spell slots. I'm ready for anything. How do I use a spell? There we go. Okay, that's the accessory slots. Okay, scroll out a tad. Behold, it's a corpse under a blanket. Engage. You stare at a blue rag. It's draped over the outline of a someone. Sir, you can't sleep down here. I see. Must be normal to take naps down here. Check under the rag. Gained experience. Underneath, you find a cold corpse of a human. Thinning blonde hair, unkempt facial hair. DC difficulty class of a choice is determined by how challenging that role will be for you. Examine him closer. I'm good with corpses, right? What do you mean? Like, I've been trained to handle them, right? You know exactly what you're doing. Formal training is for people without true talent. Oh, right, I mostly dealt with paperwork. A hero is not afraid to get his hands dirty. Got it, I'm a master of corpse craft. I also dealt with paperwork. Paper and ink, baby. You believe in your nonsensical, in your non-existent abilities. Oh, this game's gonna be great. Oh. There's something strange here. We must look closer. Harsh scars cover the skin. Signs of being either a hard worker or a careless worker litter his skin. Make sure to check the back as well. Try to move the corpse. The moment you touch it, black veins appear over its skin. A feeling of impending doom comes over you. Your stomach drops. Doom, the lair of a lich. Followed by a wave of pain. Oh God. Oh my God, I somehow won. I did not realize I would die. Necrotic energies. Let go of the damn corpse. The moment you let go, the pain subsides. The dark marks on its skin disappear as quickly as they show up. What a horrific spell. This corpse is cursed by something wicked beyond your powers. You slowly cover up the corpse once more. Let's not speak of this. You need to look deeper into this. What the hell kind of magic is cast on this thing? Something horrific. Truly evil. Whatever it is, do not touch it again. Who was this guy? His hands are calloused. He's built like a sarcophagus. Just a man. A dead man. An honorable dead man. Why is he here? This is a morgue. A lich house, clearly. Corpses are kept on cooling in places like this before cremation or burials. The apples make it hard to believe, but yeah. Must have been one hell of a deal to put those two together. It's okay to loot them, right? Yeah, why not? If you can suffer the loss of moral integrity. Moral integrity? It's a dead guy. He's not going to need his stuff, obviously. It would be dishonorable. Only take that which you need for your quest. Grave robbing is frowned upon by some, even in these enlightened times. Either way, you will not get in any trouble. No one will know. I should stop bothering the corpse for now. I should probably figure out how to cast a damn spell. Okay, so this is where we can check our stats. Okay, so we can use right-click to highlight things that we can interact with. Short rest. All dice checks are unlocked. I need to fucking... How do I cast a spell? Oh, the amount of spells you currently have prepared. You prepare spells by visiting a shrine at any time. Okay, so no, we have to visit the shrine to do that, which I'm guessing is this thing here. So let's behold the shrine. Divine shrine covered in apples. Shrine of Earth. The runes fill your senses as you approach. The color is faded. The monument is hollow, void of all life and divinity. And worse, it's covered in rotten apples. A sacred shrine left in this state? It's an insult to Earth and all of his people. Those little things still around, huh? Are these rare? Can I pray here? Are these rare? No. You will find shrines like this all over Norvik. These old things still around, huh? A remnant of blindness and decay. Hard to let go of old national pride. But progress will always lead the way. Can I pray here? To what exactly? To Earth, of course. There are many gods listening to our prayers. Always. Just remember that they might not respond so clearly. So I can pray to some random god? You may pray as you wish. There's an internal element to it that is underappreciated. Oh, I want to see, what were the other ones? Earth, I need to pray to Earth, so it's a waste of time. I'll think about it. So it's a waste of time? You may pray as you wish. Okay, so it's still the same deal. Kneel. The shrine towers over you. You feel small. To cast spells, you must first prepare them at shrines. Prepared spells can be cast when the cleric has a reason to do so, either in or out of dialogues. Each cast expends one spell slot at the corresponding level. What other gods are there? Many. You know a few. Earth, Father of Norvik. You've devoted your life to follow in his footsteps. Asgal Ashmask. Asgal Ashmask was a dwarven god of exiles and egalitarianism. Yeah, egalitarianism. Asgal Ashmask, a dwarf of a low caste born deep in the Lechem Moraz. I think? Yeah. Lechem Moraz tunnels, where he attained divinity in 443 AE. He crushed the kingdoms and formed the Asgal Fulkheim Forge, or Fulkham, not Fulkheim, Fulkham Forge. On his death in 470 AE, a great civil war broke out, resulting in the exile of all of his followers to the surface. But his influence was felt around the Undercoast and above. His exiled dwarves spread Asgalism to all corners of Jor. Undercoast, a nickname for the Undersea Coast. Undersea Coast, the gravity-reversed cavern, sea, and archipelago, right underneath the coast. Dig down far enough and you'll end up passing through the gravity flip, and then you can make the climb to the undercoast. Okay, already I love this setting. This sounds really cool. So this is essentially like an upside-down beach. His followers do not pray for him, for he is not even seen as a god by most. Tolkig the Gambler, a trickster, the type of god only famous for his ridiculous ploys. Tolkig the Gambler is often seen as a silly goblin myth. Tolkig the Gambler, a trickster goblin who united the tribes of Ascani during the Divine Era, most famous for cutting off his right hand to fulfill a prophecy. Ascan, one of 8 bands along the coast. It is a cold, mountainous realm. It is your home, also referred to as Ascani. In truth, there are few goblins who still worship him after the conquest. Praying to Tolkig would, if you, for some reason, would get a response, only result in the exact opposite of whatever you want. I'm done. So you are. Wait, can't I heal here through divine assurance or something? Not precisely. The gods do not usually grant divine interventions for minor injuries. Do you think they care? If you want healing, you have to do it yourself. With the power channeled through Earth? Yes. Come on, is it really channeled? The guy's dead, faded, gone. You're most likely simply handling some esoteric leftovers smudged on the strings. Or most likely handling some esoteric leftovers smudged on the strings. Attempt of prayer of healing, plus 1 DC, you're exhausted. Natural fucking 20! You focus your mind on Earth's symbol, his red eye, and you remember the words. Chant, watch upon me, Earth, shepherd of his folk. You're filled with the spirit of nostalgia and power. Let me pick up the burden. Lend me your strength. You feel reinvigorated. This is it. This is prayer of healing. We have a new fucking spell. Yes, indeed. Sadly, you're unable to cast second-level spells at this time. But it won't be long until you will be. Prepare spells. So we can't do second-level spells because we are not a high enough level to do that yet. Hold on, I want to engage more. I'm having fun. Remove the apples. It does not take long for you to remove some of the nasty apples away from the front of the shrine. A small improvement, but big in the heart. I'm done here. Alright. I want to see... Vase of leaves. Smells lovely. Ooh, incense. I should stop bothering the corpse. I'm guessing that's our quest. Or what? Actually, what is this thing? A very important piece of paper. Oh, a voting card. -1 intelligence. Why? Can I, like, investigate it? Can't equip texts there. A scuffed voting card made out to Ragnar Hemlin. Ragnar Hemlin. It's from a dwarven office for some reason, and someone has checked in all 5 parties on the list. You need to bring this to a polling place on election day if your voice is to be heard. -1 intelligence. You pick up the surprisingly thick piece of paper with a shaking hand. The card is slightly torn and has clearly been drenched at some point. At the top it says, Rostkort, in big, bold lettering. Rostkort, means voting card in fancy Ascani Dwarven. 5 days remaining. Oh, right, there's an election. Oh. It was nice not to think about it for once. Constitution, shut the fuck up. You've prepared all your life for this. It's time for change, baby. We've never had one of those before. Neat. We should just get a God King again. Worked great last time. It's time for a damn revolution. Time for a damn revolution. We'll bring it all down and build it up again. Not too hard. Someone could get hurt. How does this thing work? After you pick it up at the district office, you only need to check the box of one of the 5 parties. Then you deliver it on election day to a polling place. Although in your case, you'd need to write the name of the party you want in the corner, along with a signature, since you've filled out every box like an idiot. This is your one vote. You should indeed take care of it. Look at the list of parties. The Nationalist Party of Norvik. Party of Norvik, the inheritors of Earth's will, a theocratic organization founded to uphold the old ways, headed by magistrates and 20-something noble families. Magistrates, the highest government positions beyond the Lord Patriarch, chosen to rule a district in Norvik for 10 to 12 years depending on their bloodline. Oh, yeah, the nepotism. Lord Patriarch, the commander of city forces and top cleric beneath Earth, not Urk. The title is appointed by Earth. Currently, Lord Axam? I think that's it. Axam holds the title, having led the city for the past 30 years. He is a withdrawn leader, over 80 years of age, and has put most power in the hands of the magistrates. Oh boy, a figurehead. Axam, the Lord Patriarch of Norvik, the supposed face of the Nationalist Party, but due to his withdrawn behavior, most campaigning is done by the magistrates. Magistrates, 5 rulers of the 5 districts. They are the Coin Lord, Home Lord, Shield Lord, Food Lord, and Law Lord. Each has a unique role in the city's bureaucracy. Sometimes the titles switch between districts, but generally the housing district holds the Home Lord, and the Palace holds the Law Lord. The Palace, an unofficial nickname for the current rulers of Norvik, named after the Palace District in which most central authorities reside. The Palace District, one of 5 districts in Norvik, home of aristocrats, bureaucrats, and the remnants of Earth's court. Central city of Ascani, the last bastion of humanity, was founded upon the end of the Reconquest in 468 AE, exactly 70 years ago. The Reconquest, a historical event in Norvik. It began with Earth's landing in 466 AE, and is said to have been finished by 468 AE when Earth finished eradicating the trolls who roamed in the ruins of the Tulinkatl. It is a point of contention if it should be called a reconquest or just a conquest, as no humans have ever lived in the location before. Troll, a monster native to Askan. They exist in broad categories, from small and mostly harmless green trolls to mutant, volatile, cursed trolls. They vary in intelligence, strength, and organizational capabilities, same deal. But they are a core enemy of Earthfolk. It was Earth who destroyed their rising kingdom during the late Arcane Era. Earthfolk? I just got an achievement saying Human Encyclopedia, learn 10 facts, or glossary facts. I can't help it. I like the lore. This is really cool. Earthfolk, the people of Earth, the ancestors of those who reconquered the Ascani coast, true mythological heroes. Free Strider, Revolutionary Party. Free Strider, the new way. People in the East have overthrown the old wizards and gods. For years, the revolution has only crept into the city. Now it's time to finally join the free cities and get rich. Free cities, a collection of city-states and reeds, all united under the golden banner of free striderism. Norvik will join them, one way or another. Asgalist, Workers' Party. Asgalist, the workers who built this city want to rule it. Seems only just. Their vision is of a fair and even society, where those who live underneath rise up to show their worth. After all, why can't we share? Agrarian, Rural Party. Agrarian? Agrarian. I thought Constitution was apolitical. Those who live off the earth, simple farmers, peoples of the land, the common clay of Ascani fields. Their political movement has mostly been swallowed by the Asgalists. Okay, so they've been more or less taken in by the same. Arcanist Party of Magic. Arcanist, the Magocrats who ruled the pre-post-war human civilization in Old Diminor. That's it. Old Diminor, also a very minor political party in Norvik. What is Diminor? Diminor. Anyone who uses this term for anything modern is either an anti-free strider or lives under a rock. And finally, the last box doesn't say anything. This is where you can input whatever you want, or just leave it empty for a null vote. The box next to each party is filled with a smudged checkmark, including the last empty one. Are these all the parties? No. There are about a dozen other large parties in Norvik. Most have been subsumed over the last few years, such as the Civic League of Progressives, the Torch Union, Order of the Scales, Hedonist Party, and the various guild parties. The Agrarians and Arcanists are the only ones who have not joined a larger party or fallen aside. Okay, so there were a bunch of other parties, but they got subsumed because either their goals were aligning with the larger parties, or they just kind of said fuck it and went with whatever whatever matched closest. Good to know. Holy shit, this game's got a lot to it. Behold, a pile of apples. Talk to the apples. You stare at a pile of apples. Apples are good for you. Whose apples are these? Not yours. Maybe they're grown somewhere around here, or below. Should these be stored alongside corpses? No, it's a health hazard. Could I eat my way through this pile of apples? You can certainly try. You are not capable of carrying such a tremendous burden. It would lead to death. Don't waste your time here. At the very least, don't eat the less fresh ones. Ability checks, roll unique. Oh, that's a lot of apples. Yes. Remove the bad apples first. Your hands swipe over the surface of apples, carefully plucking away any with signs of spoilage. Okay, so I guess more added to the DC means red. -5 is like the DC is now lowered. So the DC is improved by 4. Okay. Try it. Start eating. Fuck yeah. Dirty 20. You look upon this challenge with determination. Your stomach is empty. Dig in. Digging in. The first apple goes down the hatch. Going smooth so far. Another one. Number 2 goes well. You chew it in peace. Now the third. Yep, that sure was an apple. Next one. This one was harder. Your stomach fights the taste. It is getting difficult. One more should be fine. This is the limit. As you chow down on the apple, you feel your jaw ache. Your hands shake. Knees weak. Arms spaghetti. Apple overdose. Dangerous stuff. No such thing. Come on. You feel refreshed, for a moment at least. The pile of apples towers over you, still. You've barely made a dent. Yeah, so why did you do this again? Yes, eat the apple, apple boy. I feel sick. As you feel sick, you see something sticking out of the pile of apples. A piece of paper? No. It is a spell scroll. Lucky bastard, those are worth a fortune. Relatively speaking. The scroll is just for a simple cantrip. Oh well. You quickly memorize the scroll, consuming it into your psyche, as you always do. Cantrips are spells that can be cast at will outside of dialogues. They do not consume any spell slots. Very cool. Check out the cantrip. And another one. So now we have Shield of Faith. How many other spells can I prepare a day? Because I can cast 3 per day. Because I think it is that I just have these and then I need to pick one that I use for this. Right? Yeah. nod to the pile and leave. Okay, so I can't try that again. A great amount of apples. Prepare spells. Okay, so no, I can't have 2. Wonderful. I can have 2, and then I can cast 3. Alright, is there anything else here? No, all that is kind of in one big pile. What if I were to talk to this zombie? I'm going to do something real quick. Cast Shield of Faith. Increase my DC. For the duration, any lost hit points is reduced by 1. Okay, so not quite the same. A guy. He looks indecisive. You approach a shambling man by the apple pile. He does not acknowledge your presence. He is unaware of you. Just stare at him. Glancing under his hood, you catch a blank expression spread across a dried face. What is your name, sir? He does not even turn to look at you. Why is this man not listening to me? His glassy dark eyes just stare forward into nothing. This is a reanimated corpse. Sir, are you a member of the undead? What's he doing here? I found this voting card over there. Is it yours? Should I defeat this zombie? Attack the zombie, go away. What's he doing? The zombie is attempting to clear a path through the apple pile. He's probably been at it for a long time. I found this voting card over there. Is it yours? The zombie does not even grunt in your direction. He just keeps working. Slowly. You grip the voting card firmly in your gloved hand. It is indeed yours. Keep it safe. Okay. You're very rude. Did you know that? I'm thinking of voting for the Nationalists. They've got a good plan for the future of the city. The Free Strider Revolution will be good for the city, I think. Don't you? Or don't you? We need to establish the Asgalist government. It's the only way for us average peasants to not fall back into the oppression of feudalism, or worse, magocracy. I don't have a political opinion, so I guess I don't need this voting card. A government with heart. The zombie just keeps moving apples. The social democratic model of the dwarves is ingenious, just balanced enough to work with our human dwarven majority populace. A true working class revolution is clearly needed. Cooperative ownership of the guilds is first step, just like Earth established with Norvikian collective agriculture, or collectivized agriculture. As long as we don't all collapse like the original Asgalist Undercoast state did, or the Vizca kingdoms, or the Three Wings of Divinitorum, or the, that's fucking funny. He's like, list off all the ones that failed. Cooperative ownership of the guilds is first step. The fleshy ball of plank does not reply or counter your words. Am I boring you? The zombie carefully places another apple at the top of the pile. He does not have an opinion of any kind. Sir, are you a member of the undead? He does not respond. Should I defeat this zombie? Yes, it is only just. Undead are not to be allowed in Norvik. Attack the zombie. Yes, deal with this foul creature. Encounters are turn-based conflicts where each participant takes turns in rolling dice and taking actions. During your turn, you are able to perform one dice action as well as cast one spell of your choosing. The order is determined by an initiative roll. Don't let this shambler get the jump on you now. Roll initiative. Okay. Pretty okay initiative. Oh, we're tied. Fight! You're quick. You've got this. Your turn. Show him no mercy. Shove him, keep your composure, wait and see. Hold up a closed fist and say, here, look at this, then quickly try to trip him. DC 7, DC 13, DC 9. I'm gonna go DC 7. Fuck me. Oh my god. Holding out your fist in front of the zombie appears to work. He leans in and stares at it, and then... Wait, is he... The zombie attempts to latch onto your hand with his foul teeth. You manage to pull back in time, thanks to his slow movements. What the hell? He's biting you now? Relatable. The slow zombie just stands there. No, he's reacting. It's just taking some time. The zombie is hostile. This undead abomination must be apprehended before he causes damage to innocents. Does that include you? You should probably try to de-escalate just a tip. Just a tip. Grab his arm. Better. You successfully grab his arm. Your thick gloved hands wrap around his frail wrists and keep them stable. He's not getting away now. His neck snaps around, the withered face now facing you. Yeah, you've really pissed him off. You can tell since you're such a people person. Okay, Shield of Faith blocked 1 damage. The zombie bites down on you, hard. It hurts, even through the armor. This ends now. Your final chance. Do not falter. Finish this with a sucker punch. Knock him out. Knock, a 2nd level transmutation. Unlocks things. The definition of locked has been stretched over the centuries, but the spell works on most closed containers or entryways. Yes! Catching your breath, you stare at the now unmoving creature. Justice dispensed. Now go loot him. Get that fancy tooth. Also, wait, did I get another spell? No, I didn't. Why did it show that I had unlock? It's weird. So I probably need to prepare dancing lights at some point. I think that'd be a good idea. A guy. He's not moving. Wisdom tooth. Ooh, a wisdom boost. I'll take that. Okay, so we cannot... Alright, so we can't examine every item that we get. A basket of apples. Some look okay-ish. Take some of those. Imported goods. The receiver is marked as HWBT. An almost empty box, except for a stale treat and a pouch. What's the stale treat? Cardamom? Oh, fuck yeah, cardamom. Ooh, money. A crate filled with sand. A slightly broken standard issue Earthguard blade. So slightly? There's like half of that there. Alright, broken sword. Can engage with this. You approach a crate full of sand. They've imported sand to Norvik? For what? Glass blowing? Inspect the crate. You notice a little marking on the back with the letters HBWT. Blood has been tossed behind it. Look at the sand. The crate is filled to the brim. It's just sand. Touch the sand. Your gloved hand trails across the surface. The sand shifts slightly at your touch. What? Is it growing? Underlying choices are more risky, but might offer more reward. Go deeper. You dive in with your whole hand, fingers first. This one does not. Then you feel a tug, a grip, and finally a pull. Wait, Your shoulder is almost pulled out of its socket. Struggle. You manage to keep it from engulfing most of your arm, but in the process, the sand grabs onto the front of your helmet. Your face is now sinking. A sizzling groan fills your ears. Fight it. You grab the rim of the crate with both hands. But as you put your entire adrenaline-filled arms to work, you feel energy being sapped from your veins. You are being sucked. Oh! Wait, is it no, not a mimic, is it? Out of your skin. As you keep pushing, you realize you could get out at this point. However, then you would have to leave the helm behind. Do I really need to keep the helmet on? Yes, you do. Damn it! Try to keep your helmet on. Your muscles turn to mush as you stop your struggling. What's going on? The sand is trying to eat you. DC 9. Let's see. Yes! Holy shit! You grab the rim of the crate with both hands. The The hazy noise of a head no longer filled with so much blood screams in your ears. I will not die in this crate! Filled with the pure fires of adrenaline, your muscles creak and your bones crack. And it plays off. Within seconds, the rock-hard grip of the sand loosens. Then it drops entirely. You swing your head back, filling your lungs with air as a trail of sand follows you. Ugh! Within an instant, the sand snaps back into the crate, not a single grain dropping to the floor. You stumble back. Glancing over the crate, you realize its content now lies still, like nothing happened. You should put the lid on it to make sure this does not happen to someone else. Am I alive? Possibly. Shake your head to get rid of the sand in your ears. It helps. A lot. Carefully put the lid back on. You take a very, very careful step towards the crate to grab the lid. Then you place it gently on top. Your job here is done. I've done a great service to the community. Alright, I'm gonna go prepare dancing lights, actually. I'd like to go do that real quick. Wait, hold on. Probably an okay-ish apple. Prepare spells. I guess maybe the cantrip's always prepared? But it's not like, it's not at the bottom though, so I don't understand why I'm not able to use it. "45 minutes remaining." Okay, so yeah. Oh, wait, 45 minutes? Holy shit, that's a long time for a spell to last. Holy fuck. Okay. Oh, that's where my cantrips are. Oh, I thought my cantrips would be over here. Alright, well, before we get out of here, I want to see what's down here. Behold, stairs leading down, far into the city below. Behold, glowing mushrooms. Must be tasty. Svamp extract. Small fungal spore ball. These can be farmed along the undercoast. They do wonders for your gut. They are not mind-altering. Probably. They're not mind-altering, probably. So, taking a step forward, you feel you touch a thin cord. Something soft latches itself around your ankle. A contraption is now in motion. There's no time. It is a trap! Avoid the trap. Oh no. Ow. It tightens around your boot. With a violent tug, you're forced to the ground, hitting the back of your head on the steps. Before you can even react, your entire body has been dragged over the edge. No, no, no! You're falling, but not far. With a painful snap, your descent is stopped, and now you're simply left hanging. Seems like I'm in a bit of a pickle. You don't say. How long can I hang like this? Not long. Your skull is pooling. Within minutes, you will lose control of your mind. Look up at the rope. It's snared tight around your boot. Should keep you hanging for a long time. You see how it's connected to a series of pittons wedged below and in the side of the stone walkway. Next to you is a hanging rock. It acts as a counterweight. You had no chance of noticing it before it went off either. The trigger must have been a hair-fine cord or something. Gave you less than a second to react. Call for help. So what's the plan here? You're going for a somebody help or just a guttural fear-inducing howl? Somebody help! Your voice echoes up and down the stone spiral. After a few seconds, it fades. No one will hear you, sorry to say. In the city below, you'll attract worse ends than a dark abyss if you keep screaming like that. City below, short for the city below the city. A phrase used to describe the incredible amount of tunnels and ruins below Norvik. Lots of monsters and stuff down there. Also riches if you delve deep enough. I sincerely mean it. This would be a really cool setting for a potential campaign. Like a homebrew thing. Pull yourself up. Oh, fuck. A deep breath. Yeah, 16 DC. Also, ad break in 5 minutes. A deep breath. You heave yourself forward, grabbing the rope attached to your ankle. Your muscles strain. Pain. Your weight is too much. You've been hanging here for too long, grown in pain. You must try again. Your quest cannot end here. There we go. A final deep breath. You feel the numbness spread as you heave upwards, one gloved hand grabbing the rope, then another. Through sheer power, you pull your entire body weight upwards, climbing higher and higher until you roll over the edge. Get the rope off. Your fingers dart around your ankle, desperate to remove the latched rope. You rip it off and toss it to the side. Free. Safe. Alive. That was awful. Going through a near-death experience will last in your soul. You realize you've been holding your breath. Your lips are probably turning blue. Breathe! I need to breathe, damn it! Air fills your lungs. You are alive. Check out the rope. Extremely sturdy rope. Thick. Soft to the touch. You do not know the name of this material. Must be exotic. At the knots you see a series of burned-in letters. Someone's left a message on the ends of the rope itself. Behold, Bulba's slop. Bulba, the last of the Titans, fought against the dragons in Vorgeni? Yeah, Vorgeni. Died in a high sea, I think. High sea swamp. His corpse spawned many monstrosities across the coast. Cried. Let go. I'm gonna cast Dancing Lights. I have a feeling that might be needed here. Oh, that should have helped me with the fucking... I'm stupid. Ooh, what's over here? A rat. It's not really running from you. Any rat that's not running from me is one that I don't want to fuck with. Any animal that doesn't run from you is something you shouldn't fuck with. What is that? A shard. Shard of Jor. A bright rock. It fills your hand nicely. These can be found all over Norvik, and some speculate they are shards of Jor's pillar. To untrained hands, these have no inherent value, but you might use these to alter fate itself. Spend in dialogue to unlock dice checks. Oh! So if a dice check is locked, I can use that to... Oh, that's actually really cool. I'm going to see what's down this way before I open any other doors. Holy shit, this is... Yeah, this is way more expansive than I remember in the demo. There's so much to see. Okay, can't get to that door. Actually, can I... Paw prints? Paw prints, one on each side. There are 2 faint paw prints here, one on each side of the hallway. Should I touch one of them? It could end poorly, but it cannot hurt. But it is the mark of a cat that is left upon the wall. If a cat is left upon the wall, it cannot hurt you. Just be ready for the worst. Esoteric bullshit like this has a tendency to do stuff. Esoteric bullshit. Whenever the weird, unstable magic around Jor's coast makes things a bit too wacky, people tend to say this. Can I touch both at the same time? You physically cannot reach them both at the same time, no. You would require twice the arm length of that for that. Okay, sad. I'll check back on this later. I have a feeling that might be something bad. It's down here. I'm just going to use the mouse or the keyboard since I don't want to have to keep clicking a whole bunch. Okay, that's where the mouse is. All right. The ad break is about to start, so I'm going to go ahead and turn on the BRB. So 3 minutes of ads, hour of no pre-rolls, hydrate, stretch, do what I need to do, and we'll be right back. And we're back. Thank you for your patience. All right. So we're continuing to explore this area. Holy shit, this is a big spot. I don't remember if I went down this in the demo. I'm going to guess no. If I hit shift, yeah, I figured. Yeah, in games like this, I could definitely do better on keyboard and mouse versus others. Oh, my cantrip's gone. Hold on. Behold, something shiny. Ooh. More money. What the fuck did I just find? Behold. You could hop down here. Behold. A calendar. It's out of date. Embedded upon this altar, you see a circular stone slab. Oh, there's someone down here. Okay, I saw like a shadow there, and I was like, is that a fucking giant spider? Whoever has worked this survey site in the past has attempted to place it in its natural position. It reminds you of a copper calendar, but far, far older. The various glyphs on the surface denote not a language, but rather sigils, it seems. Decipher the current day. No. That is no use. It is broken. Oh. Yes. This is a useless piece of technology, if you feel it is worthy of such a term. Leave the stone circle alone. Who's this person? You glance at the step. It's a descent of approximately 50 inches. 2 meters. Yeah, whatever that means. Dex is like, what the fuck's a kilometer? Look over the survey site. You see a dwarf hearing grunts as he swings a pickaxe at the ruins in the corner. There is no point in having a conversation at this distance. Time to get closer. Be a problem, right? Of course not. Attempt to step down a smarter way. There we go. Taking a careful step onto the stone, you begin your descent. Keeping your balance in check, you shift your weight appropriately. Smart thinking, using your dexterity instead of brute force. This is the wise choice. You feel your feet find purchase. Stable, controlled. You are at the bottom of the step. Let go. Oh, that... Wait, that's not a centipede. What the fuck is that thing? Axel Madsen. Oh, cool. Wait, it's all in runes. What the fuck? Behold DC... Oh my god. Wait, no, DC 15. No, that's a failure to see... What the fuck is this? Oh! I get more if I got the higher DC. And I can get... Oh, I like that. This right here, this fourth pillar of the feudal system, a spelunking, delving, digging, roaming, true-blooded adventurer. And then we get more details on their character as we can unlock on wisdom. That's fucking cool. Or whichever the correlating stat would be. That's fucking awesome. All right, engage. Beside the buried statue, you see someone up on a ledge. There's grunts echoing down the chamber, along with the sound of iron against stone. A dwarf? Down here? Hello up there. The dwarf's smoldering eyes widen as he sees you. Look, Romulus, we've got an official visiting. If that doesn't make us official, I don't know what will. Peeking out over the ledge, you spot an orange monster creeping out. Romulus the Rust Monster. A rust monster. The dwarf appears friendly with it. How strange. Monster, short for monstrosity. Defined as a non-sentient creature born out of magical means, often by combining various natural beasts? What the fuck? Beasts of form curses or esoteric events. Rust monsters are known to devour metal. Keep your distance. Is that a rust monster? Oh yes, very correct. But no worries. He's very kind. The dwarf then mumbles to himself. What's he when he's fed? Ominous. What are you doing here? Me? Oh, you know. He lets out a smoldering laugh. A dwarf's gotta have a hobby. Mining in ancient ruins is not a hobby. It's a profession. He puts down his tools and strikes a pose. Let me introduce myself. I'm Axel Madsen, a dark dwarf. Dark dwarfs, derogatory term for the underdwarfs. Or as they prefer, underdwarfs. I'm going to call them underdwarfs. Underdwarf, gray-skinned and fiery-eyed dwarves who mostly live along the undercoast. They originate from powerful elementals known as Azers. Pleasure to meet you. You're a Norvikian cleric, I presume. Not just. I'm the cleric of Norvik. I'm more of a rogue, really. The sneaky kind. I'm actually more of an arcane spellcaster. Yes, don't be complicated. A wise choice. Simplicity is strength. He looks around. And you're here all alone? Why do you care? No, it's just... can't get connected. Then I very much suggest not going into the hallway back there. Listen to him. He knows these tunnels well. Why? It's one of those ancient esoteric traps, still functional. It'll burn your beard off. How does he know about your beard? Not sure how much experience you have with the city below the city. But most people who come down here, they die. Even clerics don't venture down here alone. But you have some backup. Backup would be nice, actually. Not really. What? Where's your goal? You can't possibly be taking a stroll down here, can you? I'm supposed to meet with some goblin chieftain. Oh, you're here on business with Lady Sageleaf. You should go to her right away before you end up mimic food. Mimic. A horrifying shape-shifting monster, capable of copying the looks of any object it discovers, although with some size limitations, depending on the type. If you touch it, you'll get sucked and probably eaten. Yeah, so it was a box of sand that was a mimic that was trying to kill me earlier. Mimics, horrible creatures. They could be anywhere, anything. Get yourself some backup. Just some friendly advice. That's probably a good idea, thanks. He gives you a thumbs up. What are you doing here? But what are you doing here? Look around his strange setup. With a bright smile, he adjusts the collar of his uniform. Well, I'm what you call a historian with ambition. He says it. As he says it, the orange beast sends an echoing hissing noise down the chamber. Exactly, Romulus. We're here on an expedition of grand proportions to find the legendary missing mine of ComboMon, the Tulin Cattle. Tulin Cattle? Sounds like a quest. Good luck with that. I actually have some questions. Sounds like a quest. Oh, yes, indeed. A quest. Your ears perk up. But just to be clear, I'm not sharing the spoils just like that. Fair enough. Treasure's earned. So here's the deal. I'm in trouble. His pet makes a loud belching noise. Right. He mumbles and gives the monster a pat on the back. You want to help, friend? You won't help, friend. Help a stranger. That's how heroes are made. Might help if I have time. Fair. You see, there are two strange ruins in this section of the city below the city. City below the city. The vast ruins found underneath Norvik. Most define it as the parts of the city not yet civilized, although there is a legal definition set in place for each individual district. He points at the statue. White Mane Ruins, before the dwarves and humans, and even trolls, this place was ruled by cats. The theory goes, the snails of Tolin had an esoteric mine not far off from the Pillar of Jor. Pillar of Jor, an esoteric relic left after the end of the Gate Era. There are 8 of these pillars around the coast, or 4 if you believe the theories of warping circular coasts. Of a warping circular coast, wrapping, I think. Wrapping circular coast. And they are indestructible. Although there is some esoteric power within them, no one has been able to make use of them at all. Gate Era, the first out of the 5 eras. When Jor crafted his realm and the gods fought to bring order, that was the Gate War. Gate War, the legendary conflict between the beasts of Jor, the original gods, and many others who tried to take over Jor towards the end of the Gate Era. We have little information about this conflict, but it is known to lead it led to the closing of the gates and began the Fade Era. Beasts of Jor? Beasts of Jor, a term for the sentient folk who align with Jor during the Gate Era, also known as the Antisapalian folk. Most are gone today. Era. Modern scholars divide history on Jor into 5 eras. They are canonically important events at starting points for these eras. Although this was easier when the arcanists of Old Dominor still had common consensus. Not everyone agrees the so-called post-war era has even begun, let alone what it should be called. Post-war, current era. Has lasted 27 years. The name was chosen in reeds. The name is subject to change. The mines of ComboMon, a place of thick veins with endlessly glowing amber and platinum. Endless treasure. But the walking god of the White Mane, for whatever reason, sealed it shut, and at some point, according to legend, Walking God. Walking God. The term used to describe the divine avatars who rose and fell in and around the divine era. Most major religions on the coast today are built around these figures, and their influence can be felt everywhere. Earth was the last known walking god when he faded 27 years ago. Alright, Divine Era. Divine Era, 3rd out of the 5 eras. When the first gods were born out of the mortal folk, and power began to entirely fall into their wonderful and fragile hands. Sealed esoterically, probably, since we can't seem to locate it. So you're looking for it? Oh yes, I'm not alone in this, of course. But my research has shown me clear indications that these 2 ruins below Tolstad are more or less unexamined, at least by skilled hands. Your hands are skilled. Very skilled. So, how can you hide an entire mine? You'd be surprised. The city below the city is, 4 or 5 levels of sprawling tunnels and caverns. Here under Tolstad, it's only this here top level, and that's in a way it's only this here top level that's in any way accessible. There could easily be some crevice far down that no one, not even the city's greatest paladins, have even gotten close to discovering. The deep places of the world hold many secrets. So there's ancient snail folk, and then slightly less ancient cat folk who built cat stuff on top of the snail stuff. Exactly. So what's the problem? There's no problem with this site. But I'm almost finished here, and I'm unable to gain access to the second White Mane Ruins. Because it's inside HWBT territory, and they are very unwilling to allow a dwarf like me past. Those goblins have hired a brutish bugbear as a guard. He shivers. Horrid creature. But you're a cleric. If you can get access to their territory, then please head south. Through the damp high caverns, there should be a White Mane ruin at the end. A shrine, probably marked by a bunch of feline symbols. He gestures towards a giant statue. Just look for big cats, essentially. You can't access yourself? Or you can't get access yourself? He laughs loudly. No way, hombre. Lady Sageleaf has made it very, very clear that there's to be no dungeoneering in her dank tunnels. Especially by outsiders. So no, That's not happening. Not while she's still leader of the HWBT. What do you want me to do there? He leans over the edge. All I need you to do is to tell me if you find a symbol of a sun or two blades. Sun, the light of the day, the great source of the power that moves alone across the sky over the day. It follows a different pattern of movement in each band, and with different intensities. In Ascani, it is small and moves quickly. Either of those, then report back to me. And if you're able, and if you have time. He sighs, a deep, frustrated sigh. I wish I could do it myself. Darn those goblins. Sun or two blades. Got it. If I find the shrine, I'll investigate. Great, and good luck. He gives you a thumbs up. What do you know about the tea shop? He crosses his arms and gives you a long nod. It's a type of cafe. You know, they serve tea and other drinkables. Sometimes they even have pastries. I love cardamom treats. I also love cardamom treats. Oh, my friend, you are truly of good taste. A man of culture is this dwarf. No, the tea shop. He clicks his tongue. Is there some special tea shop I should be aware of? How long have you been down here? About a week by now. Takes time to set up a secure perimeter. A week alone in the city below? He really is an expert at this. So you don't know about the tea shop that exploded? Exploded? I thought the election was bad enough as it is. Now they've got an exploding tea shop. Now they've got exploding tea shops. Orvik is in trouble indeed. Oh well, he mutters with a shrug. Can't help you there, friend. Why are your eyes glowing? Got a bunch of personal questions about you. You do? Maybe later. I've got a bunch of work to finish up here. But I'll be a drunk sphinx once I'm finished. Ask me there and I'll be at the drunk sphinx when I'm finished. Ask me there and I'll gladly indulge you. Good luck down here. One goofy looking cat. Okay, okay, we do have manual saves. So we're going to do that. Must have hidden stuff in this pot. I want to see. Another starter drawer and some money. Okay. You approach the step once more. A long step. Thank the gods. You don't have to try so hard this time. You take the first step and then you are at the top of the step. All right. Well, that was a good excursion. We met somebody. All right, dancing lights. So that was one end. What else is there? That was the door that I couldn't open. This looks like it would incinerate me, considering the fire here and there's a skeleton, so I'm going to hold off on that. Wait, an esoteric something dark? A book. Investigate. A strange book. At the end of this hallway, in an alcove like any other, you see a book. It sits on a thin ledge. It does not have anything on the cover. Open the book. You flip open to a page. Any page. You flip through multiple. They're all empty. Keep flipping. You keep flipping until you see text on a page. It says in a clear and steady handwriting, "What tome do you desire?" Clearly, this is esoteric. You take out a quill. You remember a number of ancient tomes, books, letters, and various pieces of literature you could ask for. You scramble to remember the names of various books, letters, and various pieces of literature you've seen through your education. Try writing Norvikian Chants by Patriarch Pili. You know what? No. Take the book. As you pick up the tome, you get an overwhelming tingling sensation running down your arm. Impending doom. Holy shit! No, don't! Drop it! Put it back. You do so, quickly placing it back on the ledge. Okay, so that was not a good idea. Something bad would have happened there. Another questing tree, so that's to help find the shrine. Oh, we have our stats here as well. So, Cleric and Asgalist. Neat. Okay, so we're good on health, since we've been getting heal backs. Oop. What the heck? Amulet of Annihilation? What the fuck? A hole in the wall with your hand in it. Grasp the amulet. Alone in this dark hallway, you look upon the object in your hands. A clawed hand, bronze and jade. Grasping a sphere. The sphere is nothing. Complete annihilation. A perfect orb of darkness. Be careful. Examine it closer. The claws are detailed. Monstrous. Some kind of beast? The jade inlays catch the dim light, but the sphere catches nothing. The light goes in, nothing comes out. Poke the orb. Don't. Do! Don't poke. Smart. Boring. Sniff it. Smells like nothing. Literally nothing. An absence of smell. Unsettling. Can I lick it? No. Why not? No. Come on, please. You are not going to lick it. I love this. This is great. Well, I like this game. This game's funny so far. Alright, I'm having fun. Like, genuinely, I'm having a lot of fun. Ooh, success. Stand very still. Everything suddenly goes very, very tight. A cramp? Attempt to speak. Trying to open your mouth, you feel it's sluggish and hard. Attempt to move. A wriggle is all you get. There is a powerful force, a pressure all around you. The overwhelming weight of societal expectation. That too, but also something tangible. What's going on here? You can neither move nor breathe. This is possibly quite terrible. Hold on. You're not just playing around? I can't move. Oh no. Oh no, no, no! Oh no! Oh, all around you, acidic gel. It's seeping into your every crevice. By earth that burns! You appear to have been enclosed within a gelatinous cube. Gelatinous cube, a mindless yet dangerous cubic ooze. They are near impossible to spot due to their translucent nature, and digest anything within their grasp within a horrendously acidic substance. They are common within dungeons, used as both guards and cleanup. You are statistically likely to die here and now. Or to die here and now. No! Not like this. Not in this terribly embarrassing way. What kind of idiot just walks into a cube? No one knows you are here. You are alone in the cube. Cube, slang for gelatinous cube. You can escape. You're strong enough, right? A man is alone. Alone you can survive. You will survive. DC 24? I'm gonna die. You struggle against the incredibly hard mass around your limbs. Around everything. Strain and push. You fight, yet your muscles give out after reaching just a little bit further. The burning continues inside and around you. That feeling isn't nice. The one where you're sitting, eyes fixed upon the bucket, sour apple sticking out of its mouth. Sour apple sticking out of it like a mountain of bad decisions. That sick and sinking feeling in your stomach. Feels sick. It was not right. But you did it. They told you to. 15. You ate 15. You probably knew it wasn't real, but you did it. And when you walked up to those kids at the bottom of that pit behind the hills Central Lower School, with that bucket filled with 15 apples through, Applestrut, dwarven slang for apple core. They laughed. They chanted. Evil. Little shit. Children are the worst. That's when you got that nickname. That stuck around until your dad died and you left the hills behind. They kept saying it. When they got mad, they said it. When you played along, mocking yourself, they said it. Apple Boy. Apple Boy. Yet you still tried to follow them. To be nice. Play nice. Be a friend. Apple Boy. But eventually, they just started running away. Apple Boy. Each time you would try to get close, they would laugh and snicker and leave. And so the Apple Boy was alone until the day he died. Dissolve. "'Tis an unfortunate thing, this lonely life. Though many of us carry the burden of talent and oh so much great natural power, when the cold of winter falls and the trail grows ever so rough, it is but the animal of the pack which makes it to spring. A man without a brother is but a set of bones on the road." Well then, I died to a fucking gelatinous cube. You know what? Honestly, not the worst way to go. Or that's a pretty interesting way to go, actually. We're going to load... Let's see, it autosaved me... Oh, pretty decent autosave, actually. Yeah, we're going to go with the autosave, and I'm going to save and not go down that fucking hallway again. Maybe I should get the fuck out of here. I wasn't expecting to run into a gelatinous cube. What the fuck? Also, do I have the... I do. An ominous amulet. It forms the shape of a fist gripping a black stone. Or pearl? No, it is pure darkness. Do not touch it. Holding it gives you a creepy feeling, obviously. Some more con and intelligence? Alright. We're going to go with that. And I'm going to do like a actual save. Did I? Yeah, I did. Okay. This game's really interesting. Like, this is a really, really interesting game. Okay, so then it was down that hall. Oh, you know what should have been my fucking clue? The fucking floating rib cage and skull. And that pot. I was like, why is it? I didn't even think about that. I'm dumb. Okay, so I've done a full circuit. Okay. The wall here is a door? What the hell? Oh? I like that. Oh? You detect something unusual about this section of wall. Specifically, the ornate skull. This is a doorway. Run your hand along the surface. Your gloved fingers trace the stone. Smooth, cold, ordinary. But wait. One section feels different. A tile, distinct from the others. Press the tile. You push. A soft click. The wall shudders, then slides open. Revealing a dark passage beyond. Cold air rushes out. The smell of old stone and dust. And something else. Death. Gulp. Yeah, I'm not gonna go for that. Oh, hello. I'm gonna save real quick. Moongore, HWBT Guardian. Okay, so we roll strength to behold her. Natural fucking 20! Oh, hell yeah. She's a bugbear. Okay, level 3 fighter, chaotic evil. Pretty good stats, too. God damn, that strength. A brute, a beast, and a warrior. She could break you easily. Loyalty is a fickle thing. Hers lies with the halfways for sake of coin and shelter, but also something else, something more ethereal. Ogres, hobgoblins, ettins, trolls. The bugbear stands among them all as the chargers of the Ascani wilds. You have heard of their kind finding a place within civilized society as mercenaries and guards. Moongore is a cliché. What else is there to her? She loves violence. She loves power. She craves the thrill. This is a toxic woman through and through. Perhaps you should get to know her better. Engage. Halt, human. A hairy beast towering over you, its face contorted into a stern and probably permanent frown. Do not pass further. This is a bugbear. They are most common in the West, living in the rough lands between Fordnip and the VK. How do you do? She gives you a perplexed look and gestures in several directions. I'm working. Go away. I, Moongore of the Rigid, and the HBWT demands it, or HWBT demands it. The bugbear places a hand on its weapon. A morning star. Beware. Morning star? No, that's clearly just a spiked mace. I believe the term is flanged mace. A club. Keep it simple. She will not use it. No need for that, since I have no need to pass. Are you sure you can't let me pass? Can I go in the other direction? Whom do you serve? Can I ask you some questions? Can I ask some more personal questions? Attempt to flirt. Do I riz the bugbear? Whom do you serve? She snorts. I work for the Halfways. I serve Lady Sageleaf. So I need to ask her for permission if I want to pass? She squints and thinks for a few seconds. Yes, if she gives you permission, I will let you pass. But I do not think... She stops mid-sentence. Are you a cleric? I am the cleric, yes. More of a wizard, really, but sure. I like to see myself as a dashing rogue, personally. Why? I heard a cleric was sent because of the explosion. Why are you down here? The dragon is waiting. I'm sorry, I'm just sort of ended up here. I don't follow orders even if it's from a dragon. I'm not sure where to go, I'm quite lost. I kind of just ended up here. What? How? You don't simply wander into the city below. That is how fools get killed. Head up the stairs. The apple tunnel is usually locked, but you will have to leave the Lich House by going all the way up. Let her speak. After that, you head south. Go across the grass. There should be a goblin standing guard. Listen to her. Right at the garden entrance, talk to him. Right at the garden entrance, talk to him. Are you able to follow these instructions? Treat her with respect. She's clearly a powerful woman. Yes, ma'am. Then go. Can I ask you some quick questions? No. Can I ask you some more personal questions? She glares at you. She is indeed disgusted with you. I will not entertain you with an answer. Now leave. Okay, bye. Okay, interesting. Also, yes, tall bugbear woman. She seems cool. Yeah, I'm not going down that death hallway. Alright, we have kind of bumbled around down here plenty, I feel. Actually, what if I went further down? Never mind. It's a long way down. Yeah, we've really failed our way. We kind of stumbled and bullshitted our way through a lot of places. Let's see. Died to a gelatinous cube, got nearly eaten by a mimic pretending to be a box of sand, and then got scalded by a bugbear. Damn, I can't get through here. Okay, so no on that door. Can I attack the box now that I know it's a mimic? No? Okay. Okay, we have gone through a lot on this. So how about we go ahead and save, first of all, since we've now gotten some directions. And then head up. God, this game's really cool. I love the cel-shaded art style, too. It's a very nice look for this game. Sorry, I was drinking some water. Oh, you know what? Speaking of dice rolls, I should probably do my own. Hold on. Okay, I might need to fix that. Okay, so for those watching on the YouTube VOD, I had done a thing in Mix-Up where I wanted to have like a message after I do a dice roll or a chat member does a dice roll, and I think I need to change the modifier on that to have it actually put one message instead of all 4 that I made. So, yeah, oops. But guess we'll figure out how to do that later. Because I could try to fix it live, but I'll do it later. What it's supposed to do is that you get the roll, and depending on the roll number, you get like a little message that goes like, oop, like if it's below 10, hope the modifiers help, and then so on and so forth to different messages up to all capitals holy at natural 20. So, yeah. And I guess maybe I just didn't click the right things to have the... Because I rolled a 9 on here, and I needed the modifiers message to play, and that didn't play. Or it played, but then all the others did, so... Yeah, need to fix that. Good thing, like... That's the thing about streaming. You're just kind of trial and erroring this stuff. Okay, what am I seeing? Mushrooms, probably edible. An empty pot. Looking inside, you find this pot to be empty. Most contain strange herbs or ashes. This one does not. The pot was recently emptied. You can still see remnants of dust at the bottom. Not corpse dust, is it? This is fear. You must grow sturdier. Leave the pot alone. Your fate one day. Red Eye of Earth. Jor left his mark across the bands. Today it is a universal sign of magic. Okay. Okay. There's a pocket. There's a watch there, and that's mine, I guess. All right. Behold. Visken, local mortician. Intelligence to behold. A pale man handles corpses in a basement. A typical self-employed city contractor. You remember hearing about this man? He used to be a dentist and a surgeon. Okay. And human, reads folk, level 17 entrepreneur. Wow. All right, talk. The pale man sits hunched over a stack of forms, busy at work, his pencil slowly filling out line after line. On the top paper, you see an icon of a serpentine drake. A great perch. These are official documents of the city. Great perch. The drake-like sea creature found along the river Torna. Earth was known to tame these creatures, and eventually the great perch became the symbol of his great city. That is the great perch of Norvik. Up and about, are we? Wonderful! Wonderful. Death. This is death. I am Visken, local entrepreneur and proprietor of this lich house. It appears you don't really belong here, but if there's anything I can do, cleric, just let me know. He smiles at you. Yet his eyes say something else. You love him. I love you. Did you save my life? I woke up below. I have a lot of questions. Look around the room. Dimly lit and damp, a musky stench lingering in the air. You see books and flasks and stone altars around the circular chamber. There are several corpses present. Did you save my life? He puts down his pen. Your life is your own. You owe me nothing. However, I'm afraid to say you've been through quite the turmoil, cleric. Tell me everything. Of course, it must be confusing. To tell you the truth, some fishermen brought you here last night. They'd caught you in their net, took you for a corpse. You were. Not that I blame them. You weren't exactly in the prime condition. Fair. How did I end up in the river? Not a river. The river. I'm afraid I don't have much to tell. Perhaps you fell off one of the bridges to the Tolstad? Or bridges to Tolstad. There are 7 bridges over the river Torna connecting Tolstad to the rest of the city. I would never fall. It must have been an assassination attempt. How awful. His uncaring... Or no, actually, that should be read as, how awful. His uncaring tone speaks against his words. Who are these fishermen? River guilders, I believe. They do not look like poachers, so my guess would be that. Find them. They hold the truth. Where can I find these fishermen? He ponders your question. I do not ask for names, sorry to say. But perhaps Waterlane? That's just a guess. Either that or the local tavern. I hope you find them. So I am in fact alive. The pale man stops for a moment. He looks you up and down. Yes, I believe you are. I have some other questions, I think. Do you now? I require assistance with some things. Of course, cleric. Anything for the city. I don't know where to go. Your shaking voice makes you sound positively fortivlad. Fortvitvlad. How the fuck do you pronounce that? Fortvitvlad. A dwarvish word, meaning desperation, anguish, hysteria brought on from mental pain. Fortvivlad. I think Vortvivlad. Yeah, Vortvivlad. I don't mean to tell you what to do, cleric, but there's a certain rumor about our local goblin chief is waiting for you, or that our local goblin chief is waiting for you. What rumor? Just common murmuring. Lady Miska Sageleaf is her name. She is down in the Goblin Garden. Wait, shit, no. Goblin Garden, a dwarven-built citadel sitting at the southernmost tip of Tolstad. It is now a goblin sanctuary and greenhouse. She leads one of the 3 goblin tribes exonerated by Earth after the conquest. The conquest, the correct way of referring to the historical event in which humans founded Norvik. Most humans, however, refer to it as the Reconquest. The name is spoken in both reverence and fear. They call her the Dragon of Tolstad. And then Charisma said, of course you've heard of her. Lady Sageleaf is quite famous. Okay. The goblins live in a garden? Well, not quite. You'll see when you get there. And when you do, make sure to pay your respects. Lady Sageleaf is a powerful ally. I would even go so far as to call her a de facto lawkeeper here on this island of fortress. A sliver of genuine tone slips out. He has great respect for this dragon. Wait, this is part of the job? Talking with some pretty goblin queen? You may find her at the southern tip of Tolstad, the pale man says and keeps scribbling on his papers in front of you. So, what do you know about spellcasting? Quite a bit. He seems wary on the subject. Can you teach me magic? A slight smirk creeps onto his face. I sadly don't have the time for a proper lecture at the moment. After the election, I could make time, if you're interested. Beware. His tutelage holds great evil. Until then, you are free to browse my collection, he says, glancing at the many books along the western wall. And of course, here. A copy of Charm Person. It will surely be useful to you. A truly diabolical spell. The towers teach it to only higher-tier spellcasters, usually, despite its first level. The towers, the home base of the Order of Arcane Clerics of Norvik, also known as Osen. Oaken? Lovely. Now you can make people like you. Can you explain the very basics of spellcasting? Oh? I mean, of course. He wonders if your head is still filled with water. As a wizard, you memorize your spells before casting them. As an arcane cleric, you must memorize your spells during prayer at a shrine. There's one downstairs by the apples. Where can I find more shrines?
There's the Temple of Earth, of course. It's just up upstairs past the pillar. There's also the one on Waterlane View, I believe, past the trade post. You'll find more hidden around every corner, I can promise you that.
How do I get more spells?
2 ways. You could spend time learning them, drafting pages out of the palace archives, or the great library in the towers, since you obviously would have some access to that. However, I don't believe you have time for either of those options, so I would suggest the other route.
Why is that? What's that?
Spell scrolls.
Oh yeah, I saw one downstairs.
Yes, a piece out of my collection.
Oh.
You are very much allowed to indulge, cleric. I'm glad to assist in any way. To assist the city in any way.
He put them out there for you on purpose. Why?
Now, Tolstad is filled with all kinds of strange caches, so you'll probably encounter more by just looking around. If you get your hands on some scroll, then just memorize it. Cantrips or spells, doesn't matter. I'm sure you're talented enough to memorize them on the spot.
Sure, thanks. He nods at you and goes back to his writing. That's all I have about spellcasting.
Very well. If you want to practice, feel free to cast anything non-lethal on my servant Ost.
Wow, that's evil. Treating a servant like that is despicable. I don't want to do that. In fact, it sounds quite awful.
Fair enough. Just remember that spells are terribly useful when applied properly.
You called me cleric. Make air quotes.
I did, yes.
What gave it away? He stops for a second and glares at you. The facade drops but for a moment.
A heavily armored man in Earthguard colors, with a prayer book on his hip.
Thoughts land on the pages of spells you meticulously worked on for years. The book is not in your possession right now, but it must be near if the Pale Man has seen you with it.
They might have found you in the river, but you're clearly of city stock.
Could be happenstance.
Could it?
Could it? Could. Happenstance, perchance. What does happenstance mean again? Yeah. He puts down his pen and stares at you.
How's that head of yours, cleric?
A bit rattled is all. His calm expression does not change. Like a glass doll, the Pale Man is not real. Beware. Why do I have to be anything? The Pale Man shrugs.
I suppose labels are constricting. But beware, but we are all something, aren't we?
I am the cleric.
Good for you.
Your purpose is here. You serve the city as a cleric of the river.
Though, I'd love to ask, what type of cleric are you?
Type?
Yes, if you are a clergyman, you might run a congregation for a local religion or deity.
Holy man on a holy mission.
Then there are clerics of the bureaucratic variety, city officials speaking out for the religious state. You, however, must be an arcane cleric.
No, I'm a basic clergyman. I'm a boring bureaucrat, yes. No, I'm the chosen one. You were correct, I'm an arcane cleric. Yeah, arcane cleric.
I figured as much when I saw your spell book. Or do you call it a prayer book? Either way, you clearly played your strings as much as you channel this divinity.
That's all the help I need, thanks.
Great. Anything else that you wanted to ask?
There's a zombie in your basement.
Oh, how quaint.
No, an undead abomination, right below.
I understand. We're closely connected with the city below. The undead seemingly wander as they please. However, I would have to take this up with the Lady Sageleaf. I pay good crowns for HWBT protection.
Oh, so this is all a misunderstanding then. Good. Wait, no, I don't actually believe you. Well, I defeated the zombie, so no need to worry. Oh, I noticed the zombie had a fancy magical tooth. It kept moving apples down there. You don't seem very alarmed about this. Great to have that cleared up. I have some other questions. You don't seem very alarmed by this.
A stray undead creature will cause no trouble here.
He gives you a rare smile and turns to the kobold by the stairs.
Isn't that right, Ost?
Yes, master.
It kept moving apples down there.
Oh, the apples? Fascinating behavior.
He does not appear very fascinated. Or no, it's be more like,
Fascinating behavior.
that should be the tone indicated. Well, I defeated the zombie, so no need to worry.
You...
Anger. He quickly masks his rage, but you saw it.
Well done, cleric. What would we ever do without you?
Alright,
Shoot.
figure out what's weird about this guy.
29 DC?
I'm gonna go.
Before you do, make sure to collect all your belongings.
He gives you a quick inspection with his dead eyes. Too quick, like he's trying not to show his interest. Weird. Did I have any weapons on me?
None, I'm afraid. They must be at the bottom of the River Torna.
Good. You do not need arms in this city. You need heart. What belongings?
Quite a lot. Your uniform, your cloak, and also a voting card. A peculiar voting card. Every part had been marked on it. I'm assuming it's yours.
Yeah, sorry, I'm indecisive. I'm not sure if it's mine. Maybe. Possibly. The pale man ignores your comment.
I asked Orst to lay the surviving pages of your spellbook to dry over there,
He says and points across the chamber. Then looks at the pocket watch on his desk. Also, ad break starting in 5 minutes.
That is an esoteric pocket watch. You may have it, cleric. It will surely prove useful to you.
Esoteric pocket. An area overtaken by esoteric magic. Exceedingly rare along the coast. The further inland you get, the more common they are, with the infinite wastes being theorized to be filled with nothing but esoteric magic. The term for naturally occurring magic caused by the shape and form of Jor's realm, sometimes called wild magic or Jor's discord.
Beyond that, you should be good.
Got it. The pale man turns his face towards you and smiles. Unnatural.
If only every government employee were as devoted as you, cleric.
He gives you a stern expression.
Good luck on your quest.
His words burn a hole in your heart. Leave, now. When exploring the city, you may move faster by running. To do so, either double-click or hold shift left trigger. Oh, that's nice. So this game is controller compatible. It's just the CRPGs I've been better with controller, or with keyboard and mouse than controller. Advantages in esoteric events. Alright, and we have Charm Person. First level enchantment. Casting time 1 action. Range 30 feet. You attempt to charm a humanoid you can see within range. It must make a wisdom saving throw and does so with advantage if you or your companions are fighting it. If it fails the saving throw, it is charmed by you until the spell ends or until you or your companions do anything harmful to it. The charmed creature regards you as a friendly acquaintance. When the spell ends, the creature knows it was charmed by you. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I was drinking water. All right, we are collecting a lot of spells. But I want to see real quick. So, tea shop to the dragon. What is this pocket watch? The silver-lined timepiece never shows the correct time of day. It is always at least 10 hours out of alignment, no matter how anyone tries to correct it. At a touch, you can feel the faint magic pulsating within. The wielder gains a greater perception of esoteric happenings and occurrences within 200 feet. Oh. I'm taking off my cloak and putting that... Yeah, taking that, please and thank you. Alright, what else is here? Behold. Wait, is that... Ruined prayer book. Oh, it's my prayer book. The book is ruined. Most of the pages, while dry now, have been completely drenched. Only a few pages of the soggy, Brockenish papyrus pages are readable. They appear to contain some type of undecipherable symbols. Yeah, undecipherable. Ascani writing. Most of the basic kind. Wait. Oh no. Someone has attempted to dry this to the best of their ability. No, no, no! By Earth. This is your prayer book. So many hours wasted. You would have to rebind the whole thing. It is ruined. That'd be expensive. Let's get your hands on a new one instead. A chant book is able to sustain humidity. No underwater excursions. You should have protected Earth's chants more carefully. What a disgrace. You protected his words well enough. The book is salvageable. That is no excuse. A true man would have done better. A true person would recognize when life is unfair and hold those below him in his grace, not contempt. At least a good man would. Excuses. Repent by service. Go now. Onward on your quest. Take the ruined prayer book. The stone slabs are designed to slide along the iron beams. Interesting. And behold, a thick tome lies on the iron slab. You flip the tome open. There are fine and handwritten letters scattered across the pages. You can read these symbols, but they are in Old Draconic Dimenorian. Dimenorian, the common language of man, spread across the coast during the Arcane Era to become the lingua domains in trade and politics. De verbis draconum ars occulta. The author's name appears to be Calum Diminori. Old Draconic? Alright, we'll read more into this after the ad break. So 3 minutes of ads, hour of no pre-rolls after. So get hydrated, stretch, do whatever you need to do, and we'll be right back. And we're back. Alright, so I decided to say screw it and took the time to try and adjust the redeem on Mix It Up that's not working properly. It should be okay. I changed it to XOR, which is the only one condition is to be true part of Mix It Up, because like it's a conditional modifier is what the dice roll redeem is. Like it's in Mix It Up and it's a number range, so it should work now. If not, then I guess I just change it to and not XOR. So we'll see. So again, one of those things you just got to look it up and kind of trial and error it. Much like anything with coding. You gotta remember that from my web dev classes. Okay, so Old Draconic. Can I try to read it? Right, I need to get my hands on comprehend languages. Old Draconic? Yes, the tongue of dragon masters of the old Dominor. Humans served them faithfully for centuries before the anarchists rose up against them. Can I try to read it? No. You have no idea what this means. You do. It's highly annoying that you seem to have lost your memorization. Find a spell scroll. Maybe you could buy it somewhere. It's fairly common. Leave the tome alone. What is this? The tray of old incense. Still, yeah. How about I just use one of these, gain a spell slot bat? What is this? Engage. So many books, basic manuals, arcanist histories, novels. Some of them stand out to you as classics. It could be useful to refresh your mind. The books taunt you bookishly. Read autobiography. Oh, this is where I could end up filling in that book that I saw in the basement. Autobiography Prax by Lord Phileas. A classic. You kept this book on your bedside table for years during your scribing years. You take a look at the first page. In these pages I shall endeavor to recount the journey of a mind born to greatness, a will tempered by the crucible of ambition, and a spirit bound by the restless pursuit of the arcane. My name is Phileas Prax. It goes on to make grandiose statements on his personal abilities of magic. As always, this man is contradictory. He both praises his own natural gifts and mental abilities, while stating himself worthy only through his hard work and merit. It's ridiculous. Know this, I write not for the masses, but for the few who possess the clarity of vision to see beyond the veil of mediocrity. To them I offer myself as a lesson and a legacy, that they might learn from my triumphs and avoid the pitfalls that lie in wait for the unwary. You remember the first chapter dealing with his youth, growing up in the ruthless court of a rival house, the Hagen Shags. How he struggles against relentless oppression and bullying, making him out to be an underdog. Power is not born of blood, nor inherited by the fortune of birthright. It is cultivated in the crucible of the mind, refined by the fires of discipline, and sharpened by the relentless pursuit of knowledge. Let those who seek the rule first learn to kneel before the altar of wisdom, for it is there that true strength is forged. Yet he does not address his own privilege. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was getting that feeling like this guy is just kind of up his own ass and also like, I worked hard to get to my station, but Rival House implies that this guy was a higher station than, a regular, quote, underdog. So, a chud that thinks he is an underdog. If it is only merit, then he should not have needed any of those fancy private studies or lectures. Yep. Stop complaining. The story is just getting good. A glorious design. Let those who learn lead, through merit of ability and nothing else. Flip through the pages. In the second half, Prax begins to talk about his early political career, the intricacies of magocratic bureaucracy, how he learned to play the game well enough for himself to reach a dictatorship as the youngest magocrat ruler ever. Okay, so yeah, who to think? What do y'all think? Guy who's really far up his ass thinks that he worked to gain his fortune when truth be told he was a nepo baby that kept getting bullied and kicked down, probably because he was a massive chud, and now he's suddenly in charge and quite literally dictatorship. The rest is mostly a collection of meditation surrounding magic and power. A strong leader with clear intent. The esoteric, in its purest form, is neither good nor evil. It is a tool, a force to be wielded by those with the intellect to do so. Yep, up his own ass. Yet, let us not be so naive as to think that power alone grants one the right to rule. The Arcanist must also be a statesman, for the whims of unchecked magic can lead to even the wisest astray. Govern with an iron hand, but let that hand be guided by the principles of reason and justice. Thus shall the state prosper, and thus shall the legacy of the magocracy endure. Ironic. I see no irony here, only truth, of course. Intelligence fucking sees himself above it all. In the halls of power, the arcane shall be our shield and our sword. Yet remember this. The Arcanist's duty is not only to himself, but to the state and its people, for in the endless pursuit of knowledge, one must not forget the price of ignorance. A vigilant mind is the guardian of civilization, and a vigilant state the fortress of progress. Let no shadow fall upon our vigilance, for in the light of our knowledge lies the path to true dominion. The final parts of the biography focus on an ever deeper and more rambling side of ruling, with hints of paranoia. This is way too much reading. Why would you open the book then? Shut the book. You shut it, looking upon the title once more. Autobiography of Prax. You place it back on the shelf. Read folk tales by the Trill Sisters. Opening the Trill Sisters book shows you an index of several tales, many of which you heard growing up. These stories shape reality, for the mind does not distinguish a tale from a real-life lesson. They are but the same. Out of the tales, you see the one you remember the most, the one about the gnome and the titan. This story always spoke to you, mostly because of the unlikely friendship between the two. Read A Little and the Large. In the old days when dragons ruled the skies and titans wandered the earth, there lived a gnome named Abacus, known far and wide as a half-wit. Whether by fate or folly, he often found himself in the oddest of places, and so it was that he stumbled into a deep valley of Ascan. This valley was home to Ymor, the Mist Titan, a colossal being with fur as thick as the ancient forests and limbs that clutch the very mountains. His upper body was hidden in, or perhaps made of, the swirling mists that filled the valley. But on this day, the valley was not the serene refuge it had once been. The air was thick with ash, the rivers ran black, and the trees stood as charred husks. Esuth, the ancient red dragon, had set forests aflame, hoping to drive Ymor from his domain and claim the fertile valley for himself. Kayamor was furious, his great form trembling with rage as he searched for the source of the destruction. His eyes fell upon Abacus, who was wandering aimlessly, his tiny mind more puzzled by the sudden darkness than anything else. To think the coast was filled with these beasts of Jor at one point. They reigned harshly and wildly, but it's not hard to see why some preferred their chaotic dominance or to the tyranny of dragons. Continue to their verse. Yeah, because dragon comes in and just wants everything and takes for itself.
Terklum Chum, who dares bring fire to where none should come? Ashes taint my sacred mist. Speak, small one, lest you be missed.
Abacus looked up and squinted through the fog, and scratched his head. Fire? No, I've no fire to share, no flame do I bring, no ash to bear, for in the dark I see clear as day. 'Tis those who can't that need the flame, they say.
Trick Lum Chum, what nonsense from your tongue does come? Who is it that needs this blaze, that blackens my mist and dims my days?
Well, question thee, who needs a flame, to light their path and stoke their claim? Perhaps it is Esuth, the king, whose fire to your valley bring?
Thriklum Chum, the dragon's days are surely done. Guide me, gnome, to where he lies. Together we shall dim his skies.
A wonderful little tale about the little and the large. The story goes on to wax about the friendship sparked between this eldritch titan and the silly little gnome as they sought Esuth on his throne. The ancient red dragon then falls to the titan's might after Abacus accidentally guides him to the correct location. Excuse me, drinking water. One of those classic stories every child in Ascan is told growing up. Close it. You shut it, looking upon the title once more. Folktales. And then finally, Chants of Norvik by Patriarch Pili. This is a printed edition of Pili's work, but still old. Probably came from the earliest Norvikian printers. On the first page, a short message is hand-scribbled in the corner. My belief lay in the collected humanity of Norvik. May you remember that from this collection. With honor and grace, Pili D.
This is a handwritten message from the second patriarch himself. Protect this book with your life. This is a sacred artifact.
Fascinating. To think the Pale Man held such a treasure on his shelf. Read the foreword. A Dream of Unity Under Earth. The book begins with a lengthy essay about the foundation of Norvikian culture values. It's really like a guide, if anything, on what a Norvikian person is, how their values come from various tribes in the old country, and how together they have formed something greater under Earth. You've read this before, but you do get a better sense of what this all means now. It is, in some sense, a plea, a stern suggestion for every human in Norvik to lose any sense of formal tribal identity, to embrace a new one, a Norvikian spirit, to give away the old and embrace the new. It is not a completely bad move. To unite a folk is to build commonality, to lower inequality. Although, of course, there were many direct ways the state at the time made sure that the old did not remain in the shadows. Violence and oppression at times. Yeah. The text directly explains how the new Norvikian culture will help the city grow and fight against inequity and injustice through unity, mainly by being generous and not hoarding wealth, among other things. Ha! A naive thought. Then finally, it does touch upon the connection with dwarves as well, and how the Norvikian spirit is not contained within humans only. It is not just blood. It is sweat and tears as well. Those folk who unite with us will not be seen as the other, or seen as an other. No, they too are Earth's folk. They too are Earth's guard. That's a long-ass foreword. Yeah, it's like 5 pages. Old man likes to ramble. Read Torna's Lament. I went with you to foreign shores, my lord, my guard. I pray you keep from harm the beasts, each shard, a proof of your devotion. Thus I give myself to your folk. I give my life for a home at the river, in that sliver of land. To vanquish the beast who roam, the evil who lair, the fires that burn. To build a life along the river. Every shepherd knows the song. It bellows up the river. Earth lives in that sliver of land. It is your favorite. You shut it, looking upon the title once more. Collected Chants of Norvik. Place the book back on the shelf. You do so. It fits nicely back in its slot.
This book does not deserve your toxic presence. If you were stronger, more capable, then perhaps you could have carried that weight.
What? You really want the book? One day it could be yours. This is very confusing. I'm just putting back the book. There's some issues with the stealing going. There's some issues with the stealing going on here. Just ignore it.
Let us forget this for now.
All right, leave the books be. Very nice bit of world building. Holy shit, that was good. Okay, Ost, Chief of Security. We've got a kobold here. I think I remember when I played the demo, this was one of the characters that had a finished portrait. All right, Behold. Not quite. This one is quite hostile. Stay on your feet. His expressionless eyes seem to keep watch at all times. He's obviously determining where to strike for you to die as quickly as possible. How humane. Wiggling his little clawed feet, the kobold follows your every move with cold, unflinching yellow eyes.
Master say you behave.
You're adorable. The kobold glares at you. Complete and utter annihilation. The aura of a conqueror. A killer. Your soul shudders. Glare back. Your eyes meet at each other. Still. Ever vigilant. Keep glaring. The kobold does not move. Glare some more. Yep, you're staring at each other. Glare. Eyes meet eyes. Glare. Glare! You're looking at a kobold's yellow eyes. Stare in an angry or fierce way. Looking hard. Leaning close to the kobold's stern face. The intimidation factor is insane. The kobold meets your gaze and keeps meeting it. I don't think I'm getting any more out of this. Fair. The kobold looks at you with a cold expression. Determined. Confident. He is not glaring at you. That is just his default expression. A default expression of death. I have some questions for you.
Short questions. Go.
Who are you? You are a kobold?
Not question. Next.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's not a question. Quick, save it. Try to save the question. Think of a less explosive question. Who are you?
I am Ost. I am security chief in the Lich House.
The kobold appears proud. There is no humility in his voice. A strong little one. Nearly immovable. How'd you get this gig?
Not gig.
It's not a gig?
I am a devout servant for master.
You're angering the kobold. Keep going. Got it. He gives you an expression that could be described as a frown. That is, if it looked in any way different from his regular stony expression. I'm fucking loving this. Like, the writing is really, really good. Where were you when the tea shop incident occurred?
Incident. Tea shop blow up. Boom.
Big boom?
Big boom. When it happened, I was on water lane. On mission.
What were you doing on a mission?
Not mission. I meant to say errand.
I feel like I need to ask you something else. What are you doing on the water lane?
Milk.
Doing milk?
Deliverer.
You deliver milk?
Yes, side hustle.
This kobold just keeps getting better and better. Kobolds don't even drink milk. I want to know more. Ask questions about the milk. The kobold stares at you. The milk situation is intense. Do kobolds produce milk?
No.
They are draconic in nature. They lay eggs. Where does the milk come from?
Cows.
And where do you get the cow's milk?
Market.
Who buys the milk?
Humans. Waterlane humans. They pay many for fresh milk before dawn.
The expressionless cold-blooded kobold is hard to read, but his body language does not exactly scream honesty. Side hustles are always smart. You should do a milk run later.
It pays.
Let's see. Do you like milk?
No.
Milk is a form of pure vitality, nature's most precious liquid. Yeah, I'm not gonna... DC 8? You're missing out. The kobold doesn't seem to crave the white liquid despite your comment. Can I have some milk?
No.
A valiant effort. I don't have anything else to ask about milk.
Okay.
Wait, what was that? Was that a quest for a fucking milk run? Thank you. You should totally find out more about this. Could be a big moneymaker. You wouldn't actually shoot me, would you?
No promises.
It's hard to take you seriously when you're so cute. Do you have a license for that crossbow?
That's what crossbow is for.
I think he's threatening you, but it's hard to pick up over how adorable he is. Can I borrow your crossbow?
Human is kidding, not funny.
That would make greater use. You would make greater use of it than this puny creature. Just take it. For whatever reason, he must have been ordered not to hurt you. Don't push it. The kobold snorts.
Go away.
Don't let this slide. Just take the crossbow. That wasn't a question. It was a demand. Don't take the... I'm not taking it from him. It's his weapon. Thank you for your time, kobold. Okay, what was that quest? Oh my god. Crown collection, coin capture, cash kidnapping. There are many ways to describe it. Get rich or die trying. The only way to do it is obviously to get this milk delivery gig. Try checking out Waterlane this morning. Or try checking Waterlane in the morning. That is amazing. I gained a side quest to do milk delivery. To be like Milk DoorDash. Okay, so... I think that's everything in here. All right. Whew. God damn. Nearly 3 hours and we've gotten through so much shit. Good shit/positive. I'm not, like, I really enjoyed this. That was a lot of lore that we learned. Fucking cool game. All right. I remember this section from the demo. This was actually, like, fun thing is that when I uploaded that original video way back when, the dev, Christopher, came into my comments section and was really nice about it and thanked me for playing the game. So that was really nice to see. And honestly, all praise to him and the team that worked with him to put this game to light, because this is really good so far. Yeah, Aslof B, or Alphaz BE. Okay, I get 3 things. He stands by his ideas with gut and little else. A push will earn his respect. That is his way. Alphaz knows he is privileged. He hates it. His ideal clashes with his blood. Oh, so we have a person that hates being a Nepo baby. Behold, Simi and the boys. A devout Asgal gives everything he has to support the cause. A second son kind of person, lives in the shadow of greater men. Follows the Asgal way not due to choice, but due to indoctrination and tradition. He wants to live up to someone. His father? A patriarch? Okay. Let's engage with him. Around the amphitheater scene, you see a number of dwarves hard at work. They're constructing a banner of some kind, carrying a bright green flag. The banner of Asgal, the fool. One of the dwarves stands to face you with a furrowed brow. They actually have portraits now, because back when I played the demo, they had like placeholder portraits. So yeah, it's nice to see full portraits here. And proper portraits, too. Not that Gen AI bullshit that the Crimson Desert tried to pull. He appears to be in a staring contest with the orc on the other side of the theater.
Oi, Mr. Cityman.
He calls out to you as you approach.
We've made it clear as day. We're not moving. Not one bit.
He shoots you a shit-eating grin. This dwarf gets extreme pleasure from telling you to fuck off like this. I'm just passing through. Or what's going on here?
Just working. The boys will be done soon.
You hear the other dwarves laughing behind him.
Nothing illegal going on here. Nothing at all.
He's only saying that because he had to defend himself quite a lot lately. Great. I was worried there for a second. He looks you up and down.
Yeah, okay. Great.
Very great. Now, who are you?
Name's Alphonse of Bam Embers, foreman in the Osgalist movement of Norvik.
Foreman, one of the leading members of the Norvik Asgal Council. Norvik Asgal Council, sometimes called the NAC. This is the group of foremen or forefolk guiding the Asgal movement in Norvik. They lead workers' union movements, Asgal rallies, and the entire Asgalist Workers' Party. Okay, so they're like a union.
He's done more good than all you Earthguard combined. A true speaker for Asgal.
Damn, that's a lot of good.
Semi-exaggerates.
He gives the older dwarf the stink eye.
I'm not in any way proud of my heritage. Nobility is just a poisonous hierarchy.
Typical talking points. He grins.
Just wanted to make that clear.
Don't mention the whole noble thing. It'll just piss him off. Unless you want that. You boys setting up a play or something?
A play? He spits on the ground. You're holding a rally for the cause. This evening, workers across Tolstad will gather here to hear the words of Asgal.
He turns towards the orc.
And no one's going to stop it.
Oh, hello. Agent Veer, I remember her from the demo too. I'll explain when we get to talking to her. You hear laughing coming from across the theater. Papers, Alphonse. He grumbles and turns back to you.
So, what do you want?
What's the problem here? He shakes his head.
Where to even begin?
Excuse me.
So, it is forenoon. I get the lads together, and when we arrive, that accursed woman is standing there.
The dwarf shudders.
She starts complaining.
He reaches for something in his pocket and takes out some documents.
We show the papers. And the papers are no good, she says. Ah.
Circle square conflict added.
Real convenient, I say. No, there is nothing wrong with these papers. We are in our right minds. We are in our right to speak out against tyrants and burgers.
Doing this much talking's hell in my throat. Whew. I really gotta admire VAs and VOs on how much they talk per day. Should probably stock up on Granny Smith apples if I can get the chance to, because I hear those are really good if you're going to be doing prolonged speaking or VA work or VO work. They are. Bureaucracy. Check the papers. Surely the dwarves have screwed up somewhere. So she's wrong about the documents.
Of course she is. She's a liar, that one. A filthy liar.
Alphonse nods and grunts. Terrible liar. Can't even get the words out. He knows she's right about the documents, but doesn't want to admit it. Isn't it a bit macabre to hold a rally on top of a morgue? So what's this rally about anyway? Can I see the papers? Good luck. Okay, good luck fighting tyrants. Isn't it a bit macabre to hold a rally on top of a morgue?
Morgue?
The dwarf grumbles to himself and glances over the Lich House stairs.
I thought it was a dentist.
Fair assessment.
No matter. The Asgal movement is not afraid of death.
You hear laughter from the orc behind you. Big words, Alphonse. The dwarf grits his teeth.
Damn orc.
So, what's this rally about exactly? He grunts.
Guilds. For decades, there's been collective bargaining between Norvikian workers and the city guilds. Say what you want about Earth, but he kept a tight leash on the upper class of this city.
Damn right he did. Blessed be his name. The leash was bad for the city. Now we can grow exponential. Now we can go into exponential growth. What's that? Generative AI that can cause me to get even richer on an ever-growing market want. What's that? The oceans are burning because of my ever-wanting market growth? Fuck that. I can afford a yacht now. Damn right he did.
Yeah. But look, it ain't the same since his death. The Freestriders have burrowed into every dark power structure, from paper boys to bookbinders. In less than a dozen years, salaries have stagnated and prices have gone up. They say Freestriderism would make the city rich. I say it makes people poor. We need change.
So you're here to convince a bunch of Tolstad workers to vote for the Asgalist party.
More or less, yeah. But it's also about the spirit of community. Together we can fight against the purchasers of our labor. Alone we are as bristle as a twig.
The older dwarf pipes up. A twig in the wind?
No, that's not quite enough.
A twig in the wind is pretty catchy, like a twig in a fireplace. How about as brittle as a boar with rabies? That's good, right? I don't know. Boars are fucking sturdy. Twig in the wind is pretty catchy.
Thanks.
He gives you a thumbs up.
Anyway, the rally will be a success. We just need to get rid of that orc. So if we can call out to all the workers of this magnificent city,
he exclaims, as if there was a crowd around him.
Vote! Vote with your guts, with your manhood at stake. You too, Mr. City Man.
Can I see the papers? He gives his companions a glance.
Why?
Construct an argument as to why you should get these papers. DC 9, I can make it. I think I need a short rest.
Ow!
This idiot won't listen to reason. He's beneath you. Just say anything. I want to help so bad. I want to see who's in the right. Come on, I want to screw you guys over. I want so much. Never mind. Never mind. He just glares at you. Okay, good luck fighting tyrants.
Thank you, Mr. City Man. I appreciate it.
All right, have fun. I'm going to do a short rest because this exhaustion thing has been kind of kicking my ass. Lowered exhaustion level by 1. Multiple exhaustion levels? Oh boy. Unlocked all ability checks? Ooh. Okay, that's enough rest for now, and... much better. And we make the check. Just tell them you're an expert and that you're on their side. I'm an expert.
Are you now?
Yes. Also, I'm on your side. He repeats louder.
Are you now?
Now hit him with the, I'm your best shot at getting out of this. The dwarf grumbles. His eyes go from you to the orc behind you.
Fine.
The dwarf sighs and grabs something in his pocket. Gained experience 5 PPG documents.
I trust you with these documents, City Man.
Oh boy, if you hand those to the orc, this could be all over right now.
Tell us we're in the wrong. I dare you.
Because we're not. The older dwarf joins in. Take a step back and check it out. See what is actually going on here. You can examine certain items. Yeah, did that earlier. Oh, my back. The older dwarf puffs out his chest as you approach.
Fancy helmet, City Man.
He speaks in a short and quiet manner.
Fancy helmet, City Man.
He speaks in a short and quiet manner, as if he's scared of his words actually being heard. The dwarf behind him laughs.
Stand up for yourself.
Bad idea. They would fuck you up in a fight.
Don't engage. Just leave.
Thanks, my mom got it for me.
Oh.
It's a lovely helm. She has good taste. You made him feel bad for making fun of it. This is not an evil person.
No, I shouldn't.
Alright. Inventory. PPG documents. questing tree. Okay, so we've got a number of quests that end up getting unlocked at some point. PPG. It's quite light. Some kind of magazine paper. Unrolling it reveals a short statement about a political rally at the Circle Square. Permission of public gathering accepted. It says in big letters at the bottom, followed by a signature. Tolstad Magistrate, Nicholas Darrow. The actual text uses an archaic and typically bureaucratic writing style. Have I seen this kind of document before? Never. They must be rare. Wow, my fucking intelligence score is doing me dirty. Cool document. It is not. Examine in detail. Please don't nat one. Motherfucker! You scan the text again, checking for spelling, phrasing, and terminology. It's perfect. Not a single error. Or, something is missing here. Something's missing here. Yes, you are correct. You should check it out again later. Or ask someone who knows about this kind of stuff. I want to see, how do I... So, I'm gonna guess if I... How do I use this to redo that roll? Oh, I just click on it. Okay, I saw the icon to the right and I thought I clicked that. Much better. You scan the text again, checking for spelling, phrasing, and terminology. It is perfect, not a single error, except the date. It says their rally is supposed to be held on the 16th. The document is perfectly legal, but it's expired. Look at the dates. Yeah, it's expired. So, they meant to hold their rally at a different time, or there was a clerical error. About the rally. But about it. I checked out the papers. He takes a deep breath. Okay, what did you find out, City Man? Yeah, these papers are expired, like, last week. He takes the papers and shakes his head. With a groan, he mutters, I know. But the date is just a mistake, you see. I personally had this signed by the magistrate 2 days ago after the supposed expiry date. It happens, he grunts. Bah, the dwarf shouts into the amphitheater. It doesn't matter whether Darrow fucked us or not. We're here and they can't make us leave. He gives you a menacing glare. And I hope for your sake you're not the sorry lad she's hired to do the deed. I'm just here to observe. He spits out on the ground. Vanskap. Vanskap. A dwarven word meaning something along the lines of devilry. Common curse word. Devil. Lawful evil fiend. They are lawyers, soul traders, and either the most efficient types of leaders or the worst types of middle managers. Their numbers are dwindling as of late. But in Blood City Bay, they still rule supreme. That was a swear word. You could tell because of the way he said it. Okay. We got that. Asgal. But about him. Asgal Ashmask is a very controversial figure in Dwarven myth, as well as history. Who is he? He's taken aback by your question. He's Asgal! Asgal the Great, the Kind, our liberator! Born at the beginning of the Divine Era, he is a disputed demigod and warlord of the revolutionary Dwarven legions. Ah, so he's a big deal? Big deal! He shakes his head. He was a man, a dwarf with a conviction, to break the tyranny of kings. We are here as keepers of his legacy. I've got to ask, though, is this a religion? Well, certainly not. He scoffs in your general direction. Is it a cult? I don't know who you've been talking to, City Man, but let me assure you, Asgal was no god, or demigod, or anything related to it. He's a simple man with a dream of a fair and just society. Society. Nothing more. Is it society or society? It depends on the dialect. He is infuriated, but not because of you, but because he has defended this position many times. Alright, have fun. We'll talk to the orc lady shortly. There's an esoteric effect in place here, stopping rainwater. Men at work beneath Asgal's green banner. Okay. Anything else to interact with here? Ooh, barrel? Former ale barrel. Yoink. What the hell? I saw a thing disappear. That's weird. The orc observes you with great interest. Incense, I'll take those. I have to wonder what quick saving is in this game. I'm guessing, is it F5? It is. Okay, it's usually F5 with these types of games. I'm really glad I did that short rest. Now my exhaustion points are gone. I'm going to save since we just did a bunch of stuff. Save. So we're in Tolstad. Behold. Agent Vera. Strength. A traveler. She is not settled here. Well. Actually, can I behold more about him? Since I can. Oh, I can behold more about the guy downstairs, too. I really like the system of, like, beholding a character and having what you know about them tied to the stat that is best related to them as a character. That's such a cool idea. All right, we're going to behold Ost again. Nope. That was a shit roll. Behold. Nope. Nothing more on Visken. Ugh, excuse me, stretching my back. Ugh, all right, let's go talk to Vera. So, before I talk to her, I do want to tell you all this. When I played the demo, I kind of played between the two parties here as far as like how they went about things. And one thing that I remember doing was that I tried to flirt with Vera and I failed miserably. I have a negative charisma score. I don't think I'm going to try and... I don't think I'll pass it, but I want to try it again because I think it'd be very funny. So we're going to do that right now. And yes, behold, nothing. On the edge of the ruinous amphitheater, you see an orc sitting on one of the many loosened stone blocks. It looks like she's waiting for something, or someone. She hides it well. Or, on the edge of the ruinous amphitheater, you see an orc sitting on one of them. I'm trying to differentiate voices on the stats. She hides it well, but the orc is stressed. Perhaps it has to do with the dwarves. Exuding an air of authority around her, the large woman gives you a wry smile. Her tusks are gleaming. You spot the merchant's mark on her jacket sleeve. A heart with the initials of the Norvikian Freestrider Regiment. What's that? Not often we get Earthguard around here. You sure walk around like a damn advertisement with this drab uniform.
As he should.
She presents her palm to you. Vera is my name. I'm second in command guild agent of Tolstad. Nice to meet you.
Yes, the handsome orc lady wants you to say a name.
Be nice to her. She's a Freestrider.
Make sure she knows you are a cleric.
Do not grab her hand. That's not what that is. I'm Ragan. Hello, Ragan. She shoots you another smile, waiting patiently for you to say anything. I'm here on important business. Business, you say? She leans in and squints at you. Fascinating. Perhaps I can be of service, Earthguard. For your business? Tell me what you know about the tea shop. The tea shop that blew up, she says dramatically. The tea shop that blew up, she says dramatically. Sounds like a magazine tale. I heard it was an accident. The Post mentioned it in passing. Minor mishap, I believe was the official quote. Although from what people tell me, it was quite the explosion. Quite? So you weren't in the area? Or quite, so you weren't in the area? No, I was on the North Wall. Company business. North Wall, one of the 5 districts in Norvik, known as the Industrial District for its many factories built on the river. I was about to say faculties when that's not correct. Don't you hate when your brain sees like the first word of or first letter of a word and then you just try to autocomplete, like the brain version of an autocomplete into a completely wrong word? That's what I keep doing. Anyone who calls it the North Wall, is probably not a local. Everyone who is cool calls it North Wall. Just North Wall. The sign of an outsider. She calls it the North Wall instead of just North Wall. Relax, she'll learn in time. You sure like her, don't you? What's not to like? She looks inland. Inland, a term for travel towards the endless waste, away from the coast. I did see the smoke. It was clear as day. What do you think it was, Earthguard? I believe there was spellcasting involved. Maybe it was the tea leaves. If the magistrate says it was an accident, I believe it was an accident. No comment. I believe a spellcasting accident was involved. Could very well be the case. Hold on, are you here to investigate the tea shop? She might be a free strider, but your business is your own. Get away from the conversation.
Stand against her. She has no right.
No. But actually, she says, holding out her hands, maybe. Is that maybe a yes? Nice weather we're having. Are you here for the tea shop? You look lovely today. Thanks. Are you here to investigate the tea shop? I'm here to do business. With the tea shop? The one that blew up? A master of speechcraft. You can do nothing. Sneak away. 20 dexterity. Try it. Fuck. Quick, sneak away before she can do anything about it. You glance to your back, carefully preparing to take the first step from the conversation. Earthguard, a voice says, startling you. No, don't stop. Come back. Please answer my question before you leave. Damn it! Her voice of reason is too strong. The orc gives you the kind of look that would give a child The orc gives you the kind of look you would give a child after they started eating gravel. Let me ask again. She says, her tone now slightly more tense. Are you investigating the tea shop? Yes, damn it. Interesting. I'll be honest, I assumed the city would just ignore it. But they sent you.
Perhaps it was a secret. Should we have stoically avoided the question better?
It's sort of a giveaway. Clearly someone thinks this is an esoteric mess. If they sent a cleric to look into it. Why would the city avoid sending a representative? Duh, because of the election, of course. Look, Tolstad is a highly volatile district with lots of extremist ties. I believe this tea shop acted as a sort of lightning rod. So when a place like that blows up, why would any faction spend resources investigating it? Especially when those resources could be spent on trying to win the terribly important election. Sounds a sound reasoning. While some might see it as corruption, I'd classify it more as simple, boring, but ultimately harmless bureaucracy. What exactly have you heard? It blew up. Fireplace incident. Bullshit, of course. Most likely a rogue spellcaster. Esoteric. I keep hearing that word. What exactly does it mean exactly? It means... Her eyes wander for a while. Her brow furrows. It's a term to describe whenever anything queer happens. Whether the cause would be regular spellcasting or something more esoteric. I'm sure you've noticed something you couldn't explain rationally, then that would be esoteric. Oh, like that disappearing object. I assume you of all people would know what it is, considering... She mimics casting a spell with her hands, then points at you. Well, I'm here now. You sure are, and good luck, cleric. If there's anything the Ascani Reeds Trading Company can do to help you out, let me know. You can usually find me down here or down in our HQ on Water Lane. She smiles in a way that completely breaks down your defenses. Looking forward to seeing you there. A kind gesture with ill intent. Where's the Goblin Chieftain? Lady Sageleaf? Just head down these stairs. Good luck getting an audience, though. By moving your head to the side and using your eyes to look south, you see a garden of some sort. You can see a goblin or two on the ramparts. Is she busy? I sure hope so. It took us a month to get a room with her to discuss some renovations in the holes. If she's not busy, she's a bitch. Dragon of Tolstad, my ass. She catches herself from releasing any more profane comments. Anything else? She looks annoyed now. I'm done discussing business. You want to move on to more casual topics then? Politics, perhaps? Or you want to move on to more casual topics then? Politics, perhaps? What's the deal with the dwarves? Oh, them? Complicated as anything. I wouldn't be sitting here wasting my precious day if it wasn't for them. But in short, they're holding an unlawful assembly. And they won't let me take a look at the document proving it. Not frustrating at all, she says, a wink, and winks at you. I spoke with Alphaz. Make a decision. Oh, did you now? Both these sides are useless and ignorant. The situation is a bit complicated. Alphaz is entirely in his right to hold the rally. Bit complicated. I agree, but that does not change the outcome. We have to draw the line somewhere, don't we? In his right to hold the rally. Such a powerful declaration, yet I don't see any proof whatsoever, or any real argument either. It's just a clerical error today. The real date is today. I don't care if there's an error or who made it. The papers say one thing, and that is the thing we follow. The law's more flexible than that. Yeah, sure. Tell that to the magistrates. She's definitely hiding something. But dare you risk to pry? Now I would love to hear what you actually think. Figure out why she won't let this go and make her leave. Also, ad break in 5 minutes. Fucking natural 20. You get a feeling of unease as you imagine this from her perspective. A formidable woman with lots of pride. Her accomplishments are glorious. She achieved so much, yet she's sitting here performing this meaningless task. Yet she achieved so much, and yet she's sitting here performing this meaningless task? It is not meaningless. It is terribly important. Stopping this rally will show the ineffectiveness of the Asgals once more. It will make them restless and annoyed, perhaps making them lash out in the tunnels. That would be even more bad press for their cause. All of this right before the election. And worst of all, she enjoys this. You just want to stop them from spreading their message, isn't that right? She laughs. I couldn't care one bit about their silly message. This is about what's right. No, it's about money and power, nothing else. Agent Vera, you're going about this the wrong way. Oh? You know her nature now. To de-escalate is simple. The dwarves are stubborn, you know this. Agreed, but you must see how leave this place. The dwarves will not hold their rally. They're proud, but they're not stupid. She stares at you, waiting for you to continue. Were you to go away, admit soft defeat, they will not hold their rally. They will leave as well. She hums to herself. You speak this with such confidence. You know it as well as I do. She leans on her hand, glancing over the working dwarves. I never liked diplomats. She stands up, her fingers towering over you. Little Earth Guard, or cleric, or whatever you are, tell your friends they win. I'm done playing. She grabs you by the cuffs, pulling you closer. Being dragged around by this creature makes your innards churn. She stares into the slits of your helmet. Don't expect any assistance. She releases you from her grip with a foul expression on her face. Then she walks away down the stairs. That woman is magnificent. You have made a glorious opponent on this day. She listened to reason, but she did not like it. Interesting. Go inform the dwarves. Okay, so because I went with that role, I did not have the chance to try and flirt. All right, let's talk to you. Hey, man.
She just opened left.
The dwarf looks at you in stunned silence. Alphonse smirks and bellows out.
The beast is felled, boys.
They all cheer. Stay silent.
Amazing work. To just have her walk off like that. I've never seen an Earthguard dispense justice in such a guided manner. Truly a wonder to behold.
The dwarves quiet down after a series of hugs and roars. They look at one another and then their leader.
So,
the older one speaks up.
what now?
Well,
You hold the rally, right?
Shit. We can't stay.
The dwarves grumble.
We can't stay. Pack it up, boys. We're heading off.
Yeah, because with her gone, that means someone else may come by and actually check the papers more thoroughly and get that they're expired. Wise move, Alphaz.
Sure, he mumbles. Not much choice when we're getting screwed from every side. I'm not the type of fool to fight battles I cannot win.
The dwarves turn to you and stick their fingers in your face.
You're a strange lad, but I see some good in you. If you want to make some real change on Tolstad, then join us. Find us down in the crossing.
Alphaz and his band of dwarves pack up their stuff and head off.
You've made friends with the Asgalists on Tolstad.
Great, I've solved the conflict. And I've leveled up. Ability score +1, hit points +5, hit dice +1, and I get second level spells now. Let's boost our wisdom. Oh, +5. Fuck yeah. Okay. Ooh. Nails beware. Simple hammer. Advantage in situations where you might need a hammer. Can it be equipped as a weapon? Yes. All right, well, ad break's about to start, so we're going to go into ads and then an hour of no pre-rolls after. So get yourself some water, hydrate, do whatever you need to do, and we'll be right back. Or stretch, yeah. And we're back. Thank you for your patience. And I just noticed a nice little detail. So because dexterity and wisdom are two of my highest stats, they encompass the pause screen here. I'm wondering if whether or not that changes depending on what are your higher stats when you create your cleric. So that's just a fun little detail I noticed. All right, I want to examine the Drunken Sphinx. What is... Behold, the Drunken Sphinx opens at 6, and it is currently 1 p.m. Oh man, I love the style of this city. It looks so nice. Also, because it... What's this? It says Visken Lich House, but then the and dentistry is scratched out. Oh, so he got rid of his dentistry. Oh, that's funny. Do I have anything else I can talk to him about? DC 28 wisdom is wild. I have a +5, but unless I got a natural 20, there is not a snowball's chance in hell that I'll be able to get that check. It's like one of those checks in Baldur's Gate that tends to get like a 30. Okay, so this thing is a mimic. Can I not attack this thing? I've got a hammer. I guess not. Glow glass, very common magic item. Okay. I want to cast my glow, and I want to keep going this way. And I'm going to pass up this rat. I want to talk to the bugbear again. See if I can learn more about her with the strength check. Or I can learn more about him here. Yeah. All right, then we'll just try as hard to take that step again. All right, let's try dexterity once more. Never fucking mind. God damn. I do not need my luck to be this bad. He wipes his brow and yells down.
Hey there.
Why are your eyes glowing?
Haven't met too many underdwarves, have you? Look, I don't have too much time, but really, once I'm done here, I could talk to you all you want.
Alright, so I'm guessing it's an underdwarf trait where he just has that to see in the dark. Okay, so you can also alternatively move by clicking and dragging the mouse in the direction you want to navigate. Click. That is not a good click. Bad click! Bad click! You feel a pressure change, a rushing wind causing you to be pulled just an inch further into the hallway. Then you notice the wall holes opening up. Back now! Whoo! You just barely escaped the deep clutches of the skin-melting heat. Standing up, you realize the fire singed the edges of your uniform. Adrenaline leaving the system. Pain. Burns. But you live! Whew! I'm alive? I'm alive! You are. Now don't enter the hallway before you disable the trap, or you'll get roasted. Again. Looking back, the hallway has no marks of being filled with the flames. For the same reason it's still functional. It's a magic trap. Terrible, terrible hallway. I press to the left. Grabbing it, you feel an esoteric tingle down your arm, but nothing happens. On the right, grabbing it, you feel an esoteric tingle down your arm, but nothing happens. Okay, so questing tree is... What's this one? Take root? What does this mean? A dozen dwarves and an orc walk into a tavern. The orc turns to the tavern keeper and says, "Hey, give me a large one." The tavern keeper says, "Please don't turn this into a joke. These are real people you're talking about." What's going on here? Let me continue. So the dwarves go, the dwarves have struggled as a minority for decades. They deserve respect, nothing less. No, really, what's going on? Political struggle is never a joke. A true statement. To lighten the mood is to ignore the very real pain in our realm. Whatever. Look, the gist of the story is the orc is hard at work, improving this shitty little city. The dwarves are annoying and stupid. Got it? You believe for a second the orc wants this city to improve. No. You've seen too much to ever believe such a lie. This is some kind of debate, eh? The orc is with the Free Striders, right? So she's with the good guys. Dwarves are Asgalists. That means they like poor people, thus making them the good guys. This is some kind of debate, eh? Kind way to put it. The revolutionary Free Strider will bring freedom, democracy, and riches to Norvik. Democracy, said to originate from early Arcane Era civilizations in Old Diminor. It is the rule of majority. Those with suffrage may vote to enable their preferred government. A truly messy and ineffective process. Yeah. Arcane Era, the fourth out of 5 eras, when the Arcanists rose and dominated the entire coast, only to fall when the Coast War crumbled their empires to dust. Coast War, a near-century-spanning conflict between every great nation of the Arcane Era. Scholars estimate it claimed more than half of the entire human population. It is said to have begun in 398 AE, by the inciting spark of the assassination of Priestess Ilona, and it generally agreed to have concluded with the fall of Tazen in 481 AE. 57 years ago. Last part being the most poignant. Let us focus on each of those points, one at a time. Oh, come on. Freedom. Free Strider rule would entail joining the Free City Alliance. Local politics will be focused entirely upon serving the core cities and reeds and the interest of the trade company. Yeah, so if it doesn't benefit the market, then it's worthless. That's the whole deal. Democracy. While it is true that they initiated the movement towards universal suffrage, the Free Striders are known for both ruthlessly pushing propaganda to the vulnerable folk, as well as just simply buying votes. Yep. Because guess what? If you buy votes, or if one of your candidates is bought off by somebody that's high up in the market, then that means they can essentially just buy somebody to put whatever laws that benefit their economic interests into practice. Sounds a bit familiar right now, doesn't it? This is fact. Ridiculous. Riches. The claim that Free Striderism would somehow enrich the folk of Norvik is actually ridiculous. What kind of riches are being distributed to the lower class of the city with the already Free Strider-owned factories? This is silly. Without Free Striders, you'd probably be a farmer. Who the fuck wants to be a farmer? Hey, don't knock farmers. Farming is good, healthy work. Do not knock farming. Like, farming gets us produce and food. Don't knock that shit. Don't change the subject. Do you two never shut up? Not really. I feel like I should make a decision here. Yes, you must retain the spirit of the Asgalian Revolution. After completing a quest branch, you can allow it to take root in your mind. When doing this, you must make a choice between two available feats. Take a deep breath and stand up against the ever-growing wave of capitalism. You should choose Asgalian Spirit and Speech. With this feat, you restore 1 hit point for every hour that passes. Greed ain't so bad. To be able to unlock a better life for yourself, who wouldn't want that? You should choose Money Talks. With this feat, you gain 50% more crowns to pick up. No, fucking healing a point of health every hour? I'm taking that. You've chosen well. True harmony comes from being in tune with your fellow folk. The Dwarven way is the good way. The egalitarian, yeah, that's the word, egalitarian way. Feel like you've resolved some conflict in the world. Okay, so that's interesting. We'll check on this later. That's cool, though. I like that. So it's like, hey, you completed a quest, and now you have this whole, You completed a quest, and now you get a feat to add into your stat builds. That's a really interesting idea. Also, where was that book that I found? Somewhere around here. Was it down this way? Yes. Engage. An illusion, beware. No one would leave a book like this, not without it being stolen very quickly. Open the book. Keep flipping. Clearly this is esoteric, and... Okay, we're just taking the Norvikian chance. Your letters immediately fade from the page, but it's replaced by another message that seemingly forms out of the same ink you used to write. Patriarch Pili. His books are found everywhere, but the closest copy? Patriarch Pili, the second Lord Patriarch of Norvik, appointed by Earth after the death of the first Patriarch. Pili is known for his organizational nature and attitude to feverishly writing down and retaining Norvikian culture and the order of Earth. The first Patriarch, the anonymous and faceless Lord Patriarch who Earth appointed upon the reconquest of Norvik. He served the city for 14 years, overseeing its founding. In the local Lich House. Then the text quickly disperses. A glorious esoteric artifact. Make use of it. You get ready your quill. Oh my god. Blind Manifesto. Surprisingly common book in these parts. It is in that foul office on Waterloo. Oh, so these are where I can find this stuff. Interesting. Beyond Reads by Myriadoc Moonwatch. Basic travel guide. Many lies within, even more around above. One is below, far, far below. Another is up, inside the tower. The Folk by Alexandro? There's 6 copies on these streets. One is on Water Lane. The halflings got it. Humans, a brief history by Matan Liux. An interesting and cold take on the most evil creature in Whale Land. Go to the tower. Memories of a Statesman by Nicholas Darrow. There are way too many copies of that trash around. The Water Lane office. Go. Autobiography Prax by Lord Phileas Prax. A grand account from a powerful narcissist. You can find one in the Lich House nearby. Earth and Toll, founders by Bodil Grimface. There is a copy in the tower. Boring book, though. Folk Prayers by the Trill Sisters. A wonderful collection of tales. The sisters did great work to stop the ridiculous cultural trend of talking instead of writing. Nearest copy is in the Lich House. Never mind, I've asked enough. You pull the book away. Interesting. So, for this one, you write down a book name and then it tells you the location for it. That's really cool. Oh boy, I could use that to probably hunt down some books that I would want to find. Okay, I'm not going to go after that gelatinous cube. That was a really stupid idea. Where do I find... I need to find her again. This is where the Underdwarf is. How the fuck did I end up down there? That's where the fire trap is. That's where the book was. That's where the cube is. Oh, wait, no, I'm stupid. It was down this way. It was like down this stairway that's here. Talk to her. Or behold. Right, we got everything from that. I forgot we got Nat 20. Attempt to flirt. Dang it. Alright, well, worth it. I forgot that I unlocked everything. Okay. I'm too curious. Hold on, we're gonna quick save. I think F8 is for the quick reload. And then we're going to cast Dancing Lights. Earth's first crypt, the city below the city. There's a rat and a skull that seems of interest. Behold, thousands dead. A literal pile of skulls. Thousands, each life taken by war, suffering, or time itself. The eternal cycle. You will join them soon. This is insane. So many bodies. You know well about this. This was the first of the containment crypts. Containment crypt. An area designated as confinement for bodies to avoid the risk of undeath. Many were erected beneath Norvik during the years of attempted reclamation of the Cursed Lands. The first? Oh, this is Earth's first crypt. Built for himself. By himself. These bones belong to curse victims, those claimed by the Cursed Land horrors. Destined to rise as undead hordes, Earth sent many expeditions to the east, each an attempt to reclaim the spirits, the literal bones of those who were left behind. Entire ships were loaded with the many, many bodies, brought ashore to Norvik, then put to these crypts. Unmarked graves, yes, but consider it all the same, an attempt at total redemption. Putting them all under the city was a pretty ballsy move.
It was. And as you can see, it was a success. These bones do not move. They are not held in the crazed vitriol of negative necromantic energy. They are at rest, even in this horrid state.
Watch them carefully. They do not move. So these are all people who died in the Curse Lands?
Yes, the greatest tragedy of your people. And this is how they ended up, simply due to the issue of numbers. There were too many bodies to give proper burial rites to each of them, even after burning the flesh. Since ocean or river burials are even more problematic due to the horror issue, this was the best option.
Also possible water contamination. Bow your head to the dead. Shit. So they literally mass grave. Fuck. Alright. Oh, hello. A horrid noise in the dark. Moving. A mess of rusty iron and clattering bones. Moving towards you.
It calls to you.
Roll initiative. Alright, I'll roll a 9 versus his 16. Fuck. Huh? I just got an achievement that said, huh? That's fucking awesome. Oh, I like this game.
Incoming undead. It is set on killing you.
No shit! Taking stilted steps towards you, the undead raises its sword hand. The blade comes down, striking you in the shoulder. A bone-chilling shriek emanates from the skull.
You must defend yourself and smite this foul abomination.
Too late to run away, but you gotta stay loose, or this thing will cut you into pieces. The bones are outside of the body. They must return. Clearly, any type of piercing or slashing damage would be near useless against this creature. Blunt force is what you need. Give him a hug. Would hugging help in any way? I'm gonna heal myself. Would hugging help in any way? No. Can't I just tell it to stop? Fucking how? Skelepathy? Skelepathically? Being friendly never hurts. Punched a skeleton. Dodged a... Try to dodge. Oh my god, I just made it. Your feet, they dance. Side to side, your eyes focused on the skeleton's blade. You're ready for anything. This might be your last chance. The skeleton is growing more and more frantic. The skeleton gives off a deep hiss as it again strikes at you, this time stabbing you right in the chest. The male stops it from reaching your heart.
You have to push it further.
Bite! Cure wounds again. And... no reason to cast it. No reason? Let's try and look for a weakness. Hey! There. As you move around it, you spot an arrowhead jamming into its spinal cord. Pull it out. With a single tug, you watch as the structure of this bony apparition completely collapses. As the thing's shriek fades, its rib cage and skull falling into place, or falling into itself, the bones spill to the ground in a pile of dust and scrap metal. No other threats. The skeleton must have been the only guardian. A great battle.
You've performed your duty. This crypt has been cleansed.
Oh gods, I almost died. A bang from somewhere far away echoes down the hallway. A shiver down your spine. Then the chamber grows silent once more. A scent of death still lingers. Kneel down to the bone pile. I just got a thing that said defeat the skeleton warrior without Snell. I don't know who the fuck Snell is. Let's see what kind of loot we get.
This was a great warrior in his time. You have honored him with one final fight.
Say a prayer to Earth.
You do so, right.
Aventail. So I cannot take off my helmet? Practically your face. Okay. Alright. Aventail, taken from an undead in the city below. This helm was worn in the early days of Norvik by those powerful spell-slinging clerics who served Earth in his reconquest. It even has some glowing esoteric runes left on the inside. Berggrunden skakar, Avermacht dur trokar af Earth. Mamarken voor evigt varandin. I probably butchered that horribly. Jesus, that charisma hit. I mean, but that fucking intelligence, yeah. It looks badass, though. All right. Nothing. Oh. River Takey. Yeah. Okay, so we did that. What else is around here? Crypt of an Archer. It is empty. What was in here? Ooh. It ain't empty. We got some money. Okay, we're getting some stuff. Oh, wait, what does it say about the currency? Hold on. Earth crowns, the official currency minted in Norvik's Riksbank. That's a Riksbank. These silver coins are most valuable among River Torna, as the Norvikian River's reach offers its support in trades and in general commerce. Okay. Since we just did some progress there, I'm actually going to save. We nearly died a couple times there. That... Whew. Scary shit. Okay. I see a mace there. I'm taking that. A mace is typically the best kind of weapon you can give. Mace of Terror. You reach for the mace. It is cold. Colder than iron permits. The metal feels wrong. Grip it hard. As your gloved hand wraps around the handle, a chill runs up your arm. Not just cold. Something else. A presence. Wait. There's someone. Watch out! Nothing. Just the empty crypt. But you saw something. In the corner of your eye. A figure. Watching. Oh, I picked up a cursed mace. Look at the mace again. You look down at the mace. Something is very, very wrong with it. What? Is it cursed? Did I just get cursed? No, it's... There, again. Shit, look out! The figure. In the periphery. Watching. Spin around. Nothing. Gone. But you know it was there. You felt it. Or simply occupied. You move to secure it on your back. The presence fades. Slightly. It's still there. But weaker. Damn this. You find this lovely weapon, ready to take on the city's foulness. And you simply cannot wield it. The horror, like some unfleshy ghast come to haunt you, is too great. Keep it sealed. Keep it close. The spirit watches. Oh, so yeah, we're now haunted by something. The tomb of a fighter. It's empty inside, except bone dust and some money. Did I not just loot this entire thing? Oh, I didn't pick that up. Okay, there we go. Let's engage this. I want to see what this was about. This is it. This is the first place his body was placed 27 years ago. Your lord, our master, your god, Earth. Fallen and exhumed, like his city. To see it in such a state, shaken anger. A relic of an old era, I should leave it be. Fallen and exhumed like his city. Watch closely. This is how every divine dominion ends. With the cracking of an ugly tomb. This place is still holy. Consecrated. Despite this, horrors still walk the grimy tiles. Earth's traces still linger here, as it should. Leave the sarcophagus. Alright. Well, that was really interesting. We survived a pretty scary-ass encounter. Had to use a couple spells. I need some type of key here. Okay, so that's probably a shortcut. That's fine. Not too worried. And we got a new helmet out of it, so that's nice. So by technicality, we do have some combat that we can actually go through in this game. I wonder if we could tell them about the tomb that we just went through. Oh, that must be where the key leads to. I see. Alright, I need to actually prepare my spells if I can do that real quick. Prepare spells. We'll take Prayer of Healing as our only other one. And we can take all 3 of these. Alright, I think I'll probably go for a little longer. I want to tell them about what I found. There's a zombie downstairs, dark magic on the... Jesus. With that many DC decreases, it's... So that means the DC originally would have been like 33. That's insane. Can I tell you about the skeleton? Wiggling his little clawed feet, the kobold follows your every move with cold, unflinching yellow eyes.
Masters, that you behave.
Thank you for your time. Okay, I want to... Let's see, so south is where the gardens are. Who else can I talk to? Oop. Yeah, this is more than... Like, everything from this point on is going to be stuff I'm unfamiliar with. You look up at the pillar. Esoteric Ebb added. The relic rises upwards, endlessly upwards. The central landmark of Norvik, the symbol of Earth's conquest. The day took the red rocks and slayed the Troll King. He looked upon this pillar and declared this sacred spot for all of Norvikians, for all of Earth folk. It was here before Earth, and it will be here after you, remaining until the end. A gate to another time. It looks a bit broken, cracked. Yes. While the pillar is indestructible, it was once under heavy siege during the most intense moments of the Gate War. Several pieces of the pillar float around in the air, especially as it reaches upwards into the clouds above the city. What kind of power would be capable of damaging this? Sad to see it in the state a forgotten useless relic. Gods. The most powerful of arcanists. The fundamental forces of reality. Can I make money off this thing? How many of these pillars exist? 8. Technically 4, depending on which scholar you ask. There are debates as to whether as to whether they are 8 pillars, 1 in each band, or simply 4 pillars that pierce the circular coast and stick out on either side. But ours is the best. Makes them seem less interesting. Slightly. But the fact is, no one has managed to make use of them in any way, despite their esoteric nature. So the pillars of Jor are relegated to being visual landmarks, seen from across the coast, through the clouds and mists for miles. So what do I do with it? Nothing. It's just a rock to you. A tingly, esoteric rock. You can always attempt to focus on it. Learn from this ancient relic. Get closer. As you do, you feel the air itself tingle. Power. He is speaking to you. Touch the pillar. You place a hand on the surface. A slight tingle spreads across your palm. This is a magical object. Have a feeling that you can meditate here. It will take some time, but it could prove invaluable. Try to meditate on it. Natural fucking 20. You close your eyes. You shape your mind into an arrow, shooting it out towards the esoteric force. Find the rhythm of Jor's realm. Hear his voice. The cold rock of the pillar turns warm in your palm. You've marked it with your spirit. Oh, is this my in-universe explanation for fast traveling? Marked it? What? You're unsure, but you feel like there's more spots you need to investigate. Feel warm and deep. It goes deep down and far up. You lift your hand from the surface, and you are able to see normally once again, but you feel like you've learned something. You must keep looking. Soon the pillar's secret will be revealed. You understand plainly there is more to this pillar that you need to investigate, in time and further below. That'd be a very clever idea to have for my explanation on fucking fast travel. Yeah, and all these are ending up connected to us somehow. This is really nice. I like this world a lot. All right. So for just a little longer. Anyone else I can talk to? Behold. A trash receptacle, mostly stacked with old signs. Trifle. You reach into the bin and pull out a somewhat intact cardamom treat. No, do not. You did not just... Let me get this clear. You find yourself out on Pillar Road. You see a cardamom treat in the bin. It's been out there for God knows how long, and you think to yourself, what the hells? I'll just eat some trash. It's done. You're too late. Hold the prize and smile. Taking stuff is great, but you can't just take a half-eaten pastry out of the trash. Rationalize eating trash. And how are you going to do that exactly? Kuramame Goltde. Stop this dwarvish nonsense. It's beneath you. Hold on. Let's clear this up a bit. This cardamom treat was in the garbage. Or was it in the garbage or above the garbage? Above the rim? Oh yeah? You sure about that, sport? Of course, I promise. And you weren't just diving with your entire arm into the trash bin. It was like hovering, like an angel. Maybe I was, maybe I wasn't. Oh God, save me, I'm a trash eater. It was hovering, like an angel. Truly a miracle. Will I ever recover from this? Sorry to say, but you've officially crossed the line dividing man from bum. You are now a bum. Go enjoy your tasty cardamom treat. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. I did not expect to get judged by my own stats for rooting around in the garbage. Alright, Arn, the kiosk kid. 25 DC? Wow, I don't even get anything. Huh? Hello there, sir. The kid behind the counter taps a pile of newspapers. You a postie? I read magazines. Great, we've got a bunch. You like fiction? Tales of terrible tombs? Or maybe The Weekly Homestead, if you're looking for a new place. I like fiction. Same. There's so much shit out, though. Hard to know what's decent. The kid looks distraught. Never mind. Welcome to the Pillar Kiosk. How can I help you today, sir? He looks around. Do you want to buy something? I have questions for you. Questions? About what? City questions. Okay. He looks around. He looks down the road. Not too much traffic lately, so sure. If my boss shows up, you gotta buy something, though. Let's buy News in Norvik. News in Norvik coming up. Looks like there's some juicy gossip in this one. Can you just tell me the news? The boy stares at you. He's thinking of how to explain this to you. So here's the thing. We sell newspapers here. If I just tell you the news, you won't get any money. We won't get any money. We? Are you partial owner of this business? No. This kid is making an enormous profit for his boss each day. Probably. Only your boss loses on this exchange. I suppose? Let's fuck him together, you and me. Hold out your hand. Arn stares at your outstretched hand. He glances back and forth for a moment before a smile spreads on his face. Yeah, fuck him. Arn grabs your hand and shakes it. The free strider shall be eradicated with interactions such as this one at a time. Good kid. Now about the news. Right, the kid grabs a copy of the Post and starts reading. Okay, so I just bought a newspaper for nothing, but oh well, I'll just read it in detail myself later. And who knows, maybe there's some rolls attached to it. Election week, 5 parties above exclusion limit. Polling shows the Nationalists ahead at 40%. There's Freestriders and Asgalists being behind at 20 each. The Arcanists and the Arcanists and Agrarians are holding out just above the limit at around 5%. Limited around 5%. You can't always trust the polls. The party of Norvik still won't comment on this missing paladin. This Gorm Scaldaman fellow's been gone for months at this point, but here's the drama. He was last spotted heading down into the city below. Maybe he's stuck fighting undead or something. Oh, was that who I just killed? Scaldaman. Scaldaman, the first noble house to be raised by Earth after the founding of Norvik, famously formed during a party where Johilda, the bard with the silver voice, performed for Earth, and he enjoyed it so much that he immediately named her nobility and gave her a piece of the city to watch over. Her descendants became loyal servants to this day. Or maybe he's dead. After having fought some undead or whatever. Probably dead, yeah. He stares at the bottom of the page. Apparently the party of Norvik is going to hold the election without him on the official list of members. The Lord Patriarch Akasam cannot be reached for a comment, it said. Patriarch Akasam, the head of the state of Norvik and leader of the party of Norvik. He's an old man who's not involved with the campaigning. He runs the city from the palace. Okay. So Fool Lord Trollmord will now lead the list, and Coin Lord Darrow will be number 2. Wonder how that'll go. Coin Lord, the magistrate handling minting, trade, financing of public works, and tithes, currently held by Nicholas Darrow in the Tolstad district. Too bad for Lord Gorm, unless he's found before the actual election day, of course. Lord Gorm, the last anointed paladin of Earth, one of the original faces of the party of Norvik. He went missing months ago, and many believe he has abandoned his post. If you're heading down to the city below, you should go look for him. We'll see. That place is dangerous. We'll see. Sure. Anyway, he mutters and turns the page. Asgalist rallies held over the city. There's an oped? I don't know how to pronounce that. Oped? How the chant is being printed illegally and needs to be stopped. If anyone knows the location of the printers used in producing the chant, please inform your nearest Freestrider office immediately. You don't sell the chant here, do you? No, sir. No illegal papers here. Turns the page. The Agrarian Party has lost almost the entire working class vote. Over half the city guilds are giving official support to the green cause. A shame. The workers voting their own. The other half is bought by the Freestriders. Yeah, the Agrarian Party seems to be out of the race, more or less, along with the Arcane Circle and the Conservation Lobby. The Arcane Circle, a small political party in Norvik. In the latest poll, they had 0.5% of the votes. It is run by Rubric Prax and his apprentices and his infamous rotating tower in Olstagard. So now it's a 3-way tie from what I can see. The latest poll shows 36% to the party of Norvik, 20% to the Revolutionary Freestrider Party, 24% to the Asgal Workers' Party. Nationalists are in the lead, eh? Good to hear. Freestriders will catch up with my vote. They'll win for sure. At this rate, the Green Cause will win in a landslide. No wonder the Arcane Circle failed. They should have had me as their leader, then they'd win easily. So that's the... Yeah. Green Cause. Kid starts flipping the rest of the pages. You become even more of an Asgalist, gaining 15 experience, 5 times 3 for choosing his political stance 3 times. Right. That's it, I guess. But, interesting. What? No, I just realized there's no mention of the tea shop yet. Guess they're keeping it out of the news cycle. Who is? City, I guess.
That's all it is. You want more info? You gotta buy one.
All right, well, I think I need to give my voice a rest, but this has been an absolute fun. Citizen?
Hold on. Can I ask you a favor?
Anything, young man. You are the future of the city.
I've heard there's trouble down in the water line tonight. Please go and make sure that nothing happens. Okay?
Why do you care if there's trouble on Tolstad? He looks down.
Please, just do it.
Give him a quick nod. All right. Well, I'm going to rest my voice because that was a lot of reading, but this has been delightful. I have had so much fun. We got devoured by a gelatinous cube. We nearly got devoured by a mimic. We disrupted a potential political fight. And we got hit by a rope trap and nearly died that way. So, yeah, this game's fucking awesome. I really, really like this. Like, I'm definitely going to enjoy playing through this in full. So, thanks for watching, everybody. If you want to see when I'm live next, VOD watchers, I'm usually live at 7 p.m. CST on the weekends over on Twitch, so be sure to give me a follow on my socials, on Blue Sky mostly, to see when I'm going live next. And as for any other announcements and updates, that's kind of how I inform you all, as well as just generally kind of posting and being active there, so that's where I'll be. As for other news, nothing else. It's more the usual. This will just be kind of one of the new games I do. So look forward to more of this. I'm definitely looking forward to more of this. This is fun. So yeah, that's going to be all. VOD watchers, stay hydrated, keep your postures checked, and I'll see you next time. Take care.